Chapter 489. Outside the Beverly Hills Hotel. Sir, are we really going to give the 4 sacred tools to this guy named Namikaze Minato? This is a treasure that our people have spent hundreds of years and countless manpower and resources to obtain. Wouldn't it be too much a loss to give them away? In the latest dark green Bentley SUV, the young man sitting in the driver's seat said to Henry in the back seat, "Of course, it's a loss to give them away, but as long as we don't give them away, we won't lose." The current Henry was a completely different person compared to when he was in the Polo Lounge. The kind and friendly expression completely disappeared, replaced by a face full of arrogance. Isn't this not good? After all, Namikaze Minato is from Konoha. The young man who was the driver asked doubtfully. Although Konoha was just a new organization that was established a few years ago, in the dark world there was such a saying. Even if we are enemies with the U.S. military and the Restoration Alliance at the same time, we will never become Konoha's enemy. After all, the U.S. military and the Restoration Alliance wouldn't do such a thing. But Konoha was completely different. If they were enemies with Konoha, not to mention their relatives and friends, even their neighbor's dog would be in danger. Konoha's overbearingness wasn't expressed with words, but with bloody records. Namikaze Minato is Namikaze Minato, and Konoha is Konoha. Offending Namikaze Minato doesn't mean offending Konoha. Although Henry had enough power to compete with the Vampire Dukes, and was one of the highest-ranking alpha wolves in the Wolf Clan, he didn't underestimate Konoha. Konoha's anger wasn't something an alpha wolf like him could withstand. Even if the entire Wolf Clan gathered together, they may not be able to withstand Konoha's anger. Don't worry, although Namikaze Minato is a member of Konoha, his status is not high. If I'm not wrong, he should just be a mid-level member. If Namikaze Minato was just a civilian, Henry might be worried about whether he was an important member of Konoha. But obviously, Namikaze Minato was just a soldier. Konoha's important combatants had a very obvious characteristic. That was, they had enough fame. For example, Punisher, Abomination, Shockwave Girl, Quicksilver, Venom, etc. Harry had never heard of Minato in Konoha, so he could conclude that Minato was just an ordinary member of Konoha's fighting force. At most, he would be a captain or something. It was because he was convinced of this that he dared to include Minato in his calculations. "Let's drive. We still have a lot of things to do," Henry said to the young man who was the driver. "Yes, sir." Not long after, the dark green Bentley SUV quickly disappeared at the end of the street. "I gave you such an important mission, and this is how you do things." In Jacob's office, a man in an expensive classical suit said to a trembling James Luther. From his appearance, this man was only in his early 40s and was in the prime of his life. However, those who knew him knew that his real age was at least 10 times his appearance. The man who made James Luther tremble was none other than the only Duke of the Blood Race's Brew clan, William von Balen. Grand Duke, this was an accident. Father prepared enough werewolves and blood slaves early in the morning. It's all the fault of the mad dog called Blade Warrior. He killed all the werewolves and blood slaves. Vampire was a derogatory term for the blood race. The blood race itself didn't call themselves that. Similarly, the blood race didn't call Blade Warrior and others vampire hunters. Instead, they called them mad dogs, because only a mad dog would bite people for no reason. What I want to hear is not an excuse. All I know now is that you didn't prepare the werewolves and blood slaves, and you allowed 2 mad dogs to break into the castle and slaughter our people. Although Grand Duke William's tone was calm, in James Luther's ears, it was no different from the whispers of death. Don't look at Grand Duke William's polite appearance now. This demeanor showed that he wanted to kill. "Grand Duke, this is really not our fault. We had no way to stop them. Father and Alexander were killed by the man called Namikaze Minato. We can't find anyone stronger than Father and Alexander." Although his voice was trembling slightly, James Luther still didn't forget to throw all the blame to Namikaze Minato. And Namikaze Minato is still a member of Konoha. We don't dare to take revenge easily, for fear of causing Konoha's dissatisfaction. Jamie Luther, added another excuse. After hearing the word Konoha, Grand Duke William's face became dignified. The higher the strength and status, the more one could understand the horror of Konoha. Like Henry, Grand Duke William didn't want to fight with Konoha. If possible, Grand Duke William even hoped that the blood race could reach some friendly cooperation with Konoha. I will deal with Namikaze Minato personally. As for the other mad dogs, I don't want to hear about them in Los Angeles. Grand Duke William finally made a decision and ordered James. I don't know how Jacob became a prince. In the entire Los Angeles area, there are only 2 counts. This is simply nonsense. My personal guards will assist you. If you can't achieve your goal, you don't have to come back. After saying that, Grand Duke William waved his hand impatiently and let James leave the office. Namikaze Minato. Konoha. Just as Wolf King Henry and Grand Duke William were both thinking about how to deal with Namikaze Minato, Rog directly teleported from the 5-star suite of the Beverly Hills Hotel to Konoha's headquarters. In the completely renovated hangar, he saw Fenrir lying on the ground, as well as Abomination, Red Tank, and Black gathered together. Perhaps it was because of their extraordinary physiques, Fenrir became good friends with Xiao Hei and the other 2. They would often gather together when they had nothing to do. Of course, because they were not of the same race, the only entertainment they had when they got together was fighting and eating. Oh well, Fenrir was the first person to discover Rog's arrival. Before Rog's figure appeared at the hangar gate, Fenrir discovered his arrival and greeted Rog in his own way. Hokage-sama, Red Tank, and Abomination, who were barbecuing meat, immediately stood up and saluted when they noticed Log's arrival. As for Black, at this time, he was like a pool of slime, paralyzed on Fenrir's head. He casually transformed a black arm and waved at Rog as a greeting. "Give me a copy too, slightly spicy." Glancing at the barbecued chicken wings and roast beef in the hands of Red Tank and Abomination, Rog said. Then, he came in front of Fenrir and looked at Fenrir and Black on his head. At this time, he discovered that Black was not paralyzed on Fenrir's head, but symbiotic on Fenrir's body. "It seems that you finally chose a host. Not bad. You're no longer alone." Rog was not surprised that Black was parasitizing on Fenrir. Although Black was a symbiotic demon weapon he created by imitating the Black Death Sword, Black was still a symbiotic demon after all, so it was not particularly strange that he embarked on the same path as Venom. As for why Black chose Fenrir as a host, it was easy to understand. As a symbiotic demon with strength far beyond the Lord level, Black has his own pride. Ordinary creatures, he doesn't even look at them. Although Fenrir was not a human, he was an out-and-out powerful demon wolf. Choosing Fenrir as a host can be regarded as a strong alliance and mutual achievement. It can't be helped. Who told you not to be parasitized by me? I'm also one of the top existences in the symbiotic demon clan, but in the end, I have fallen to the point of being abandoned by my master. Black said in a resentful tone. If someone didn't know the details, they would definitely think that Rog did something to him. I told you before that I don't want you to be a parasite. It's not that I dislike you, but I can't accept being hung on by a male creature. Symbiotic demons have no gender distinction. If you like, I can become someone else just like now. At this time, Black completely transformed his voice into the voice of an Earth woman and deliberately used a coquettish tone. No need. You should stay with Fenrir. Fenrir is also good. After speaking, Rog patted Fenrir's huge head. Yes, I think so too. Just when Rog thought that Fenrir would answer him with a whimper like before, Fenrir suddenly spoke in pure English, with a magnetic voice unique to a mature man. Damn! The moment Fenrir spoke, Rog was stunned. What's going on? The demon wolf Fenrir actually spoke English. The symbiotic demon gives its host an insignificant ability. If you like, I can also let you have such a voice. Blackie explained with a proud look on his face. Ugh, I still prefer my own voice. Rog didn't even think about it and directly rejected Black's good intentions. Accepting the parasitism of the symbiotic demon could indeed strengthen his body. However, this wasn't in line with Rog's character. Moreover, he didn't want his secret to be exposed in front of others. Fenrir, since you can speak, then use human language to communicate in the future. Don't use the wolf language anymore. Rog rubbed the soft fur on Fenrir's head and said softly, "Okay." Fenrir immediately replied, "Right. I almost forgot about the important matter." Rog retracted his right hand and then continued, "Fenrir, you should have come to Earth before. Then, have you done anything on Earth that would make people happy? Something that would leave behind your bloodline?" Abomination and Red Tank, who were barbecuing, heard Rog's words and immediately turned their heads to look at Fenrir. Even Black, who was on Fenrir's head, revealed an expression that all men would understand. "No, absolutely not. I'm not that kind of wolf." Fenrir didn't react at first. Until he saw Abomination in the other's eyes, he immediately understood and denied it 3 times. Chapter 490. Fenrir firmly denied it, but unfortunately, the 4 men present did not believe him. "Are you sure? A werewolf told me that you might be their ancestor." Rog continued to ask, "This is absolutely impossible. At that time, I would only treat humans as food. How could I give birth to a werewolf descendant with a human? This is slander, blatant slander. Where is that werewolf? I want to eat him and let him know the price of slandering a demon wolf." Fenrir said fiercely with his teeth bared. However, his behavior made Rog and the others even more suspicious. Fenrir's behavior was similar to those men who suddenly found out that they had a few years old child. Since you were so sure, then you wouldn't mind letting Little Black search your memory, right? It was not that Rog did not believe Fenrir, but his intuition told him that Fenrir might really have some unclear relationship with those werewolves. "Of course, I am innocent. I have nothing to be afraid of." Fenrir still had that expression of, "I have been slandered." Little Black, look at Fenrir's memory and see if he has forgotten anything. No problem. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Little Black began to search Fenrir's memory. After parasitism, the symbiotic body could search the host's memory at will, regardless of whether the host agreed or not. If the symbiotic body did not take the initiative to mention it, the host would not realize that his memory was being searched. This was also the reason why Rog did not let Little Black parasitize him. The symbiotic body could indeed give the host unimaginable regeneration and transformation ability, but compared to his own secret, these abilities were not attractive to Rog at all. It did not take long for Little Black to search Fenrir's memory and confirm that what Fenrir said was the truth. "No, that's a pity. I wanted to give you double the treatment, but I didn't expect you to be such a rule-abiding wolf." Rog sighed slightly and said helplessly, although Henry wanted to use him and Fenrir as chess pieces, he did not mind cooperating with Henry's plan a little. In the beginning, he had no interest in the werewolves. What he wanted was none other than the 13 sacred weapons of the blood race. But he didn't expect that Henry would take the initiative to come to him with 4 sacred artifacts. What was even more unexpected was that Henry actually wanted to use him as a pawn. Although Henry kept calling him Mr. Minato when they were talking, Rog could tell that this was just flattery on the surface. Harry took out the pictures of the 4 sacred artifacts and provided the information about them. It seemed that he had shown enough sincerity. But in fact, Henry didn't mention anything about how to hand over the 4 saint artifacts. Not only did he not mention anything about the delivery, but Harry also did not give a clear answer as to how much he needed to do to obtain the sacred artifact. Since the beginning of his detective career, Rog had his own set of principles when it came to business. This included how to deal with the situation where the client did not take the initiative to mention the remuneration, as well as how to deal with the situation where the client went back on his word. From his point of view, Henry was the kind of client who was highly likely to go back on his word. "In a few days, you 2 will come with me to Los Angeles. We'll make a small deal with the werewolves." Rog looked up and said to Fenrir and Xiaohei. Later, he joined the Abomination and Red Tank's barbecue team. Fenrir agreed to come to Los Angeles at 12 o'clock this evening. This is the address of the meeting. After staying in Konoha's headquarters for 3 days, Roger sent a message to Henry to meet him. He wanted to find a spell that could shrink Fenrir's size for a long time from the magic book provided by Dr. Doom. As a result, he only found a shrinking technique that lasted only 1 minute. In addition to the duration of only 1 minute, The shrinking effect of the shrinking technique was not particularly in line with his requirements. The shrinking technique could only shrink the target's size to 1/3 of the original size at most. With Fenrir's size, even if he was reduced to 1/3, he was still far larger than the same kind of giant wolf on Earth. So he directly gave up the idea of learning the shrinking technique and learned the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak, as the name suggests, was a spell that could make the caster or the target invisible. After casting, the caster or the target would be completely invisible as if they were wearing the invisibility cloak. After learning the magic of the invisibility cloak, Rog deliberately tested the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak. It was impossible to see through the invisibility cloak with the naked eye. Even with the thermal imager and infrared night vision, it was also impossible to see through the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak. The best way to break the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak was to use magic to detect. After all, only magic could defeat magic. After spending 3 days to learn the invisibility cloak, Rog took Fenrir and Blackie to the suburban forest of Los Angeles. After arriving at the agreed meeting place through the portal, he cast the invisibility cloak on himself and Fenrir, then lay on Fenrir's back, patiently waiting for Henry's arrival. As for Blackie, he was in Fenrir's body and did not need any invisibility. As long as he did not take the initiative to show up, others would not discover his existence at all. In order to make the meeting more enjoyable, Rog deliberately arranged the meeting time to be in the middle of the night. Because the moon was dark, the wind was strong, and the night of murder. Time passed little by little, and when there were only 5 minutes left before the agreed time, Rog perceived the life signals quickly approaching the forest. Among these life signals that were far beyond ordinary people, he saw the life signal belonging to Henry. 100, 300, 500, 1,000. In less than 5 minutes, more than 1,000 werewolves' life signals broke into his perceptual network. This Henry is very charismatic. He can really call so many werewolves. Although he had guessed that Henry would call many werewolves over, more than 1,000 werewolves were still beyond Rog's expectations. Not to mention more than 1,000 werewolves. Even if more than 1,000 ordinary people gathered together, it would attract the attention of the authorities. By the time the meeting time arrived, there were more than 1,500 werewolves in the forest. Although Rog and Fenrir were both under the magic effect of the invisibility cloak, Henry, who was walking in front, still found their position first. He smelled the scent of Rog and Fenrir. "Mr. Minato, we came as agreed." Henry looked at the open space in front of him and said in a friendly tone. After Henry spoke, Rog removed the invisibility cloak on himself and Fenrir and appeared in front of Henry and others. "I brought Fenrir, if you don't mind. I want to see the 4 sacred tools first." After hearing Rog's words, some displeasure quickly appeared on Henry's face, but he quickly suppressed this displeasure. "Mr. Minato, you can rest assured that we will never go back on what we promised you. But the 4 sacred tools are very important, so we didn't carry them with us. If Mr. Minato wants to see it personally, I can take you there later. What do you think?" Henry still had the same pleasant look and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Yes, Fenrir is there. If you want to confirm something, you can do it now." Rog pointed to Fenrir behind him and said casually. In fact, he was also curious about what method Henry would use to confirm the relationship between Werewolf and Fenrir. After expressing his gratitude to Rog, Henry waved his hand and motioned to several old werewolves behind him to come forward and arrange it. Unlike the Bloodbreed, werewolves don't have much research on magic. But after seeing the old werewolves take out one magic material after another from the boxes they carried, Rog felt that he seemed to have underestimated these werewolves. Various magic materials were laid out one by one, and at the same time, these werewolves began to draw an extremely complicated magic array on the ground. This magic array, although Rog is not a professional sorcerer, he is a student of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and his magic knowledge and theory are not bad. After carefully observing the magic on the magic array, he soon found that something was wrong. This is definitely not a magic array to confirm bloodline. This is a magic array with the effect of forced enslavement. After discovering this, Rog looked at Henry with some displeasure. At first, he thought that Henry just wanted to use Fenrir to play with political means to gain great prestige. However, it turns out that Henry's ambition is bigger than he thought. Henry intends to directly enslave Fenrir. Is this magic array a bit wrong? Rog came to Henry and said calmly, "This is the magic array developed by our werewolf ancestors, so it is not the same as the magic array of human beings. Speaking of which, Mr. Minato is laughing at us. Although our werewolves have a stronger fertility and people than vampires, in terms of magic, we can't compare with those vampires." Henry, who looked rough, said in a regretful tone, "Is that so? But from what I see, the spells used here are no different from the spells used by humans. For example, the magic that represents soul imprisonment and enslavement." As soon as Rog finished speaking, Henry, who had been very kind just now, immediately revealed his original appearance. A sharp right claw was aimed directly at Rog's neck. Faced with Henry's sudden attack, Rog did not move, but mobilized chakra in his body and released a ninjutsu in an instant. Right on Chidori Toru. Light blue lightning instantly appeared around Rog, blocking Henry's attack and knocking Henry out. "I was going to play with you for a while and see what kind of plan you have, but I didn't expect that you would dare to directly enslave Fenrir." Chapter 491. Henry, who was repelled by the Chidori, rolled a few times in the air and then fell to the ground like a real beast. He tried to attack Rog with his right hand, but he felt a strong numbness, as if thousands of needles were piercing his palm at the same time. However, what Henry cared about at this time was not the numbness in his right hand, but the light blue lightning around Rog's body. As we all know, only one person in Konoha can use lightning attacks, and that is the director of Konoha's intelligence agency, the 4th Hokage Rog. "You're not Minato. You're the 4th Hokage." Henry's face became very serious, and he slowly said in a low voice, "Minato is the 4th Hokage." Rog answered with a joke that only he knew. "Oh, I didn't expect that the 4th Hokage would not dare to show his true face." Although Henry didn't understand why Rog said that, he didn't care about it, and instead mocked Rog. "If you want to provoke me and make me lose my mind in the battle, I advise you not to waste your effort. This kind of simple and idiotic method will only work on werewolves with no brains." Since the other side took the initiative to mock him, Rog certainly won't be polite and directly taunted him back. At the same time, in front of Henry and many other werewolves, he summoned forward clone jutsu with Minato's appearance. Without any instructions, when these forward clone jutsu appeared, they didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the north, south, east, and west. Not good. He's going to activate a barrier. When the wood clone jutsu disappeared, Henry immediately realized that something was wrong. However, it was all too late. In just a few seconds, a rectangular barrier with purple transparent flames quickly formed, trapping all the werewolves in the forest. Barrier ninjutsu. 4 violet flame formation. Although Henry didn't know the name and power of the 4 violet flame formation, he was no stranger to it. When the Skrull attacked the headquarters, he saw the 4 violet flame formation from the live TV broadcast. However, when he was trapped in it, he really understood the despair of the Skrull people, not letting any of them off. As expected of the 4th Hokage, his appetite is really big. The moment the 4 violet flame formation was formed, Harry instinctively thought that Rog was going to wipe them all out. Judging from the situation, it was normal for Henry to have such thoughts. After all, to a certain extent, the name of the 4th Hokage is equivalent to the Grim Reaper. Not only did Henry have such a thought, but the werewolves that he had gathered also had the same thought. Konoha's tyranny and the strength of the 4th Hokage in the Dark World is a well-known fact. Don't worry. Even if I want to kill someone, I will only kill you and some of your loyal subordinates. As for the other werewolves, I'm not a demon. I won't kill them all," Roger said in a friendly tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at the werewolves around him. Although he didn't think much of these werewolves, it would still take some time to kill over 1,500 of them. More importantly, killing these werewolves is not in line with his habit of maximizing economic benefits. Although these werewolves are a bit irritable and wild, as long as they are trained a little, they will become a group of very good workers. So you want us werewolves to become Konoha's dogs. You don't have to be delusional. We werewolves will never be slaves. Henry coldly snorted and said with a disdainful look, "Is that so? I hope you won't be slapped in the face later." After saying that, Rog no longer controlled his aura. Instead, he completely released the aura that he had gained from his many years of fighting and killing. At the moment when he completely released his momentum, in the eyes of Henry and the others, he was no longer a handsome human man, but a grim reaper who is in charge of the life and death of all living things. Those who kneel down, I will spare their lives. Rog didn't look at the werewolves around him and just said in a soft tone. Although his voice wasn't loud, every werewolf in the forest heard it clearly. You don't have to. Just as Henry was about to say something, he saw the werewolves kneeling down one after another silently. In just a few seconds, there were more than 1,000 werewolves kneeling down in the forest. Do you know why you have always been no match for the vampires? The reason is very simple. Because you are too weak to be a leader. If you want to turn your subordinates into an invincible pack of wolves, you must first make yourself an unparalleled wolf king. A weak wolf king can't lead a pack of powerful wolves. Only when you have enough strength can you create a group of powerful subordinates. I'll teach you this lesson for free. Rog didn't know what the situation was like inside the werewolves. But one thing he was sure of was that the werewolves' current small group structure couldn't be compared with the vampire clans that had a complete social structure. This was also the reason why the werewolves couldn't compete with the vampire clans after breaking free from their enslavement. Relying on their superior reproductive ability and the fact that they weren't afraid of sunlight, the werewolves could organize a decisive battle where they had the advantage in terms of numbers and timing. They could use an unprecedented large-scale group battle to establish the werewolves' position. Unfortunately, the werewolves' loose structure of groups of 3 to 5 severely hindered their progress in forming a complete tribe. If the vampires, who use clans as their foundation, were an empire, then the werewolves, who use small groups as their foundation, were a small tribe. Of course, it was impossible for a tribe to compete with an empire's power. There should be a lot of people in the werewolves who saw this. For example, Henry should know this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have painstakingly planned for the position of the werewolves' king. Of course, this didn't exclude the possibility that Henry was purely trying to satisfy his desire for power. Looking at the kneeling werewolves, Henry suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Although the battle between him and Rog hadn't officially started, the result could be announced in advance. There was no need for anything. No matter what the result of the battle between him and Rog was, it couldn't change the reality in front of him. The werewolves were completely kneeling. Well done, worthy of the 4th Hokage who single-handedly established Konoha. You win. Henry removed his werewolf form and returned to his human form, then continued to say, "As the loser, I don't know if I'm qualified to make a small request." You can say it. Rog didn't directly refuse Henry. Now, it was impossible for Henry to play any tricks. From a moment the 4 purple flames formation was formed and the werewolves knelt down, the result was already determined. I underestimated you, underestimated Konoha, and overestimated my people. Everything was my own plan. I wanted to become the king of the werewolves, so I schemed against you. None of this has anything to do with them. They just trusted me and thought that I wanted to stop the vampire, so they came here. I know I'm not qualified to ask you to do anything, but the werewolves have been broken by the vampire once. If you can, I hope you can give the werewolves a chance to stand up again in the future. I don't have any satisfactory reward to give you. I hope that my insignificant life will be enough for you to be magnanimous this once. Henry put his right hand on his left chest, turned it into a claw, and pierced his chest. Then he grabbed it hard. Puff! A faint sound like a water ball being crushed sounded in Henry's body. Henry, with a rough face, maintained his last smile. His whole body fell forward and fell heavily to the ground. Bright red blood continued to flow from the wound, dyeing the surrounding grass red. Looking at Henry, who had completely lost his life, Rog didn't say anything. After a few seconds of silence, he turned and looked at the werewolves behind him. Give him a funeral worthy of his status. After that, Rog didn't pay attention to these werewolves, came in front of Fenrir, and asked Fenrir, "Those werewolves who didn't kneel, do you think it's necessary to kill them?" Although he was 100% sure that Henry was not his opponent, but Henry's action of committing suicide still touched Rog a little. Henry may not be a very qualified leader, but it was undeniable that he was indeed a werewolf who cared about the future of the werewolves. It's just that he didn't choose the right way, but had the idea of killing Rog and Fenrir. Let them live. Their tribe is quite pitiful. After thinking seriously for more than 10 seconds, Fenrir gave his answer. Since you said so, then let's spare their lives. From now on, these guys are under your command. Rog immediately decided the fate of these werewolves. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? No, they are werewolves. You are the demon wolf. You are the most suitable to lead them. Oh, all right. Fenrir wasn't surprised by Rog's arrangement. In his view, this was what Rog would do. After burying Henry, these werewolves looked up at the direction of the moon at the same time, turned into werewolves, and then howled to the sky. This slightly messy collective howling lasted for nearly half a minute before it gradually stopped. Although Henry was dead, it didn't mean that things were over. After these werewolves held the funeral for Henry, Rog, sitting on Fenrir's back, said again, "Give me the 4 vampire sacred tools. In addition, go and inform the other werewolves that from today onwards, Fenrir is the wolf king of your werewolves. I don't care where they are. Let them all come over within 3 days. Those who refuse to recognize Fenrir as the wolf king will have to bear the consequences." Chapter 492. Beverly Hills Hotel in a 5-star suite. Because the vampire issue had not been resolved, Rog extended the suite for a month when he was at Konoha's headquarters to make it easier for him to live in the future. At this time, he was sitting alone in the suite's living room, looking at the 4 vampire sacred tools that Henry used to lure him into the trap. Bone harp, butcher's knife, ghost lantern, poison bottle. It had to be said that the vampire was a bit too casual when naming the sacred tools. However, Rog could completely understand the vampire's approach because, to a certain extent, he also had naming difficulties. Xiaohei had a deep understanding of this. Throwing these messy thoughts to the back of his mind, he opened the box containing the bone harp. Bone harp, if one only looked at the name, one would think that this was a sacred tool that looked like a harp. But in fact, the bone harp was an ancient rib. Yes, it was a set of ribs, a complete set of ribs with a spine. The reason why this set of ribs had the name bone harp was purely because when the bones were stained with blood, they would make a creaking sound, making the creatures who heard the sound fall into a state of weakness and weakness. In addition to this sound that was similar to the sound of weakening magic, the bone harp had another function. As long as the bone harp was worn on the body, one would have a set of bone armor with amazing defensive power. After putting the ribs that belonged to some unlucky person back into the box, Rog took out the butcher's knife that was said to have killed 5 million people from another box. The butcher's knife, also known as the angel's thorn, was a weapon that was similar to a fist. Rog did not believe that the butcher's knife had killed 5 million people. The butcher's knife may have killed a lot of people, but the number of 5 million was obviously an exaggeration. Although he did not know when the butcher's knife was made. Even in the current era, where the population was far more than before, 5 million people was a very exaggerated number. Compared to the bone harp, the butcher's knife's effect was much simpler. The butcher's knife could curse the souls of the killed and imprison them, making these souls the slaves of the butcher's knife's owner. It was said that holding the butcher's knife was equivalent to having 5 million undead warriors. But until now, no one had ever successfully summoned the undead warriors. For some reason, the image of the goddess of death appeared in Rog's mind when he was playing with this bayonet-shaped butcher's knife. Alas, I don't know where the eldest princess of Asgard went after leaving Jotunheim. If it were her, she would definitely be able to confirm if there were 5 million undead warriors in Butcher's Knife. Compared to the bone harp and the butcher knife, which were obviously not good weapons, the ghost lantern and the poison bottle looked much more normal. The ghost lantern looked no different from the black iron lanterns of the Middle Ages. The only difference was that the ordinary lantern had a candle, while the ghost lantern had a crystal ball that emitted a dark green light. The simple-looking ghost lantern did not have the flashy abilities of the bone zither and butcher blade. The only effect of the ghost lantern was that it could cause the target to hallucinate through its green light and control the target's actions. Among these 4 holy weapons, whether it was the bone zither and butcher knife used for direct combat or the ghost lantern used for support, none of them piqued Rog's interest. The only thing he was more interested in now was the blood race holy weapon known as the poison bottle. The poison bottle was the most simple of the 4 holy weapons. It was a round bottle with a narrow top and a wide bottom. If it were not for the golden threads that wrapped around the bottle, the poison bottle would be a trash glass bottle that no one would be interested in even if it was thrown on the street. The poison bottle's appearance was very simple, but its ability was not simple at all. Dripping blood into the poison bottle would cause the blood to mutate in the poison bottle. Drinking the mutated blood would cause humans, vampires, werewolves, and other creatures to mutate and become terrifying and violent monsters. The first time he saw the picture and information of the poison bottle, Rog had already thought of the most suitable candidate for the poison bottle. Dr. Lizard. As a top expert in the field of cross-species genetics, Dr. Lizard would definitely be interested in the mutated blood in the poison bottle. After the matter with the vampires was over, he would give the poison bottle to Dr. Lizard to study for a period of time to see if he could find anything interesting. After throwing the 4 holy weapons into the psychic scroll, Rog picked up the full moon ritual that was sent along with the holy weapons. The full moon ritual was the holy book of the werewolves after the werewolves broke free from the vampires' enslavement. They refer to the vampires' holy book, the Book of Shifting. Of course, due to the cultural heritage, the contents of the full moon ritual could not be compared to the Book of Shifting. Although the full moon ritual recorded some history and black magic of the werewolves, it had basically evolved into a list of the werewolves' internal members. Every alpha werewolf would have a full moon ritual in their hands, which recorded the names of all the werewolves under their control. Speaking of alpha werewolves, it was necessary to talk about the vampires' noble titles. According to the vampires' method of dividing vampires into 5 levels by their noble titles, the werewolves had also developed their own ranking system. Alpha werewolves, beta werewolves, omega werewolves, and wolf pups under the age of 10. Alpha werewolves corresponded to vampires' dukes, and the other levels corresponded to the vampires' noble titles. However, compared to the vampires who had long formed a stable clan system, the werewolves were much more backward in terms of organizational structure. Alpha werewolves controlled all the werewolves in an area, and alpha werewolves were the leaders of the small packs. According to the number of people, an alpha werewolf would have a small pack of 4 to 10 werewolves. Werewolves were dark creatures, but compared to vampires who had a long lifespan, their individual strength was relatively weaker. After all, as they grew older, they would be able to learn more abilities. In terms of learning black magic, vampires were far more talented than werewolves. If it were not for the vampires' low fertility and the strict embrace restrictions, werewolves would have been beaten up by vampires long ago. Currently, there were a total of 5 alpha werewolves in North America, including the dead Henry. The area on the west coast of the United States was Henry's territory. In the full moon ceremony book that belonged to Henry, there were about 2,000 werewolves registered. Among the werewolves he brought here tonight, only about 200 were his subordinates, that is, the werewolves who never knelt down. As for the rest, they were all from the other 4 alpha werewolves. Henry was openly poaching the other alpha werewolves. Wasn't he afraid of causing the dissatisfaction of the other 4 alpha werewolves? But thinking about it carefully, this was a very normal operation. Henry was thinking about how to become the king of the werewolves. Sooner or later, he would offend the other 4 alpha werewolves. Since he would offend them sooner or later, he might as well poach them earlier. He even dared to plot against Konoha. So how could he be worried about causing the dissatisfaction of the other 4 alpha werewolves? If the situation of the other 4 alpha werewolves was similar to Henry's, then the total number of werewolves should be about 10,000. 10,000 werewolves. This number was a bit small. Rog originally planned to drive all the werewolves to the planet Tatooine after this matter was over, letting them plant vegetables, trees, and flowers there. The news of Henry's suicide and Rog's plan to make Fenrir the king of the werewolves quickly spread. However, the next development of the matter was once again beyond his expectations. The day after Henry's death, the other 4 alpha werewolves rushed to the Beverly Hills Hotel where Rog lived and expressed their gratitude for his decision to make Fenrir the king of the werewolves. This development was wrong, right? Looking at the 4 alpha werewolves with happy faces, Rog actually had the illusion that he played too many games and couldn't keep up with the times. In the following conversation, he finally knew why the 4 alpha werewolves showed such a happy look as if they won the lottery. The reason was very simple. The werewolves were bullied too badly by the vampires. In the words of these alpha werewolves, their days in recent years were no different from the fugitives of the American colonial period. Although the number of vampires was not comparable to the werewolves in terms of wealth, the vampires were several streets ahead of the werewolves. In a capitalist country like the United States, the power that the vampires could use was much more than the werewolves. In addition to guarding against the attacks of the vampires, they also had to guard against attacks from human society. For example, gangs, mercenaries, assassins, and so on were hired by the vampires. Ordinary human weapons could not cause fatal damage to the werewolves. But the problem was that the vampires not only hired these people, but also provided them with silver bullets that were specifically targeted at the werewolves. Under such a double blow, these werewolves could only live a vagrant life like the gypsies. As alpha wolves, they didn't have to live like vagrants, but their subordinates weren't as happy. The 4 alpha werewolves had heard of the plan of the vampires to bring Cain and the first city back to the human world. It was not that they did not want to stop the vampires, but they were really powerless. Henry had contacted them early in the morning, but they never gave Henry a clear reply. Even when Henry took the initiative to poach them, they chose to turn a blind eye to it. Henry wanted to become the king of the werewolves, not only to satisfy his own ambitions, but also because the current werewolves really needed a bold leader. After sending the 4 alpha werewolves away, Rog suddenly understood Henry a little. The vampires had broken the werewolf's spine, and Henry was right. Just by looking at the 4 alpha werewolves, one could see how far the werewolves had fallen. How were they still king wolves? Even huskies were braver than them. Chapter 493. After knowing the true thoughts of the 4 alpha werewolves, the first thing that came to Rog's mind was not that these werewolves were pitiful, but that these werewolves were really disappointing. To put it bluntly, the current werewolves were simply sorry for their ancestors. If those werewolves knew that the freedom of their clan that they fought for with their lives had fallen to such a group of juniors, they might have preferred to do nothing. At least this way, the werewolves would not become stray dogs. Although these werewolves were really pitiful, Rog did not intend to stand up for them. He had always believed in one sentence, that is, God helps those who help themselves. If you don't work hard, don't expect others to help you. Although this approach was slightly cruel, it was the basic principle that maintained the operation of the world. For a simple example, it was like borrowing money from the bank. If you want to borrow money from the bank, you have to make yourself valuable first. The bank was not a philanthropist. It would not lend money to people who had nothing. Similarly, the world was not a philanthropist. If you want to change your fate, you have to risk your life to make yourself more valuable. If you can't do this, don't blame the world for being cruel. Although these werewolves were still a little useful in Rog's eyes, they were far from enough to make Konoha fully help them. Konoha would not let others bully its own people, but Konoha would not raise waste. If these werewolves did not show their value, Rog would definitely let them go back to where they came from. Don't even think about eating and drinking for free in Konoha. For the time being, Rog put the problem of these werewolves to the back of his mind and picked up the information about the Blood Clan that had just been sent by Konoha's intelligence department. According to the information, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, Wilhelm von Behring, had arrived in Los Angeles a few days ago. On the second day of Grand Duke Wilhelm's arrival in Los Angeles, the vampire hunters in the Los Angeles area were crazily attacked by vampires. The Bat Must Die bar he had been to before had now become a veritable broken bar. In addition to retaliating against the vampire hunters, these vampires were also collecting information about Minato. He didn't know if these vampires had discovered something, or if they were afraid of Minato's strength. Until today, Rog had not been attacked by any vampires. It wasn't a secret that he was staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel. With the abilities of the Blood Clan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find out. Just as he was considering whether he should take the initiative to meet these vampires, the doorbell suddenly rang. After opening the door of the room, he saw a young man in a hotel employee uniform. "Hello, Mr. Minato. This is your invitation card." Rog didn't make things difficult for the hotel employee who was obviously under the influence of a control spell. Instead, he took the invitation. No one got it. After closing the door, he opened the gold-plated invitation. The content of the invitation was very simple. It was to invite him to the top-notch Japanese restaurant, Urasawa, for dinner at 8 o'clock tonight. Note 2. The name on the letter was Duke William von Behring of the Brooke family. He didn't come directly to his door, but invited him to dinner. Duke William's approach made Rog a little surprised. However, he didn't care too much about this. It was always better to be polite than to be polite. And he didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that Duke William asked him to meet at the top-notch Japanese restaurant. Urasawa seemed to be hinting at something. When it comes to Japanese food, the first thing that comes to mind is Japan. And ninja is an ancient profession from Japan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Rog, who rarely changed into formal clothes, took Henry's Bentley SUV and arrived at the Japanese restaurant, Urasawa. The driver who drove for him was also Henry's driver, a young alpha werewolf named Bran. On the way to the restaurant, the young werewolf named Bran didn't say a word, but occasionally looked at Rog in the back through the rearview mirror. Although Bran controlled his emotions quite well, Rog could see at a glance that the young werewolf couldn't wait to eat him alive. But he didn't care about Bran's killing intent at all. A young werewolf who hadn't experienced the beating of society and only had simple and loyal thoughts in his mind. When he got out of the car, Rog tidied up the collar of his suit and gave the young werewolf named Bran a little advice. Don't do anything stupid. Your lives were exchanged by Henry's own life. Don't let his final sacrifice go to waste. After saying that, Rog ignored Bran, who had a complicated expression, and got out of the car to head to the restaurant. Bran was one of the werewolves who didn't kneel that night, and he was also Henry's most promising junior. If Henry's plan went smoothly, Bran would be the one to take over his position as Alpha Werewolf King. Unfortunately, Henry was destined to live to see this day. Urasawa Restaurant was known as the best Japanese restaurant on the West Coast. It was regarded as the West Coast version of New York's top Japanese restaurant, Masa. Urasawa Restaurant's head chef, Iro Urasawa, was once a student of Masa Restaurant's owner and head chef, the famous Japanese chef Masa Tamiyax. Urasawa was very famous, and the level of Japanese food was very high, but the restaurant was small with only 10 chairs, and only 10 customers could be served at most a night. Tonight, Urasawa Restaurant, which had always been difficult to find, only had 2 customers. After entering this authentic Japanese restaurant, the first thing Rog saw was Grand Duke William sitting in a chair at the bar. He was wearing an expensive and elegant classical suit and meticulously combed long black hair. If it weren't for the unusual blood-red color of his eyes, Grand Duke William would have looked like a European noble template in a girl's fantasy. In addition to Grand Duke William, there was only Urasawa's head chef, Iro Urasawa, who was wearing a traditional Japanese chef's costume in the restaurant. However, this famous Japanese chef was like a child who had been reprimanded by an adult at this time. He stood shivering inside the kitchen counter and looked down at the surface of the kitchen counter. Should I call you Namake's Minato or Rog? When Rog entered the restaurant, Grand Duke William took the lead and asked. His tone was very calm, without the slightest pressure, nor would it make people feel the slightest bit nervous. "It doesn't matter which one you call me," Rog replied, and then came to a chair next to Grand Duke William and slowly sat down. "Let's start." After Rog took his seat, Grand Duke William ordered Chef Iro Urasawa. Although his tone was calm, the feeling it gave people was completely different. When talking to Rog, his tone didn't give people any pressure, just like a conversation between friends. But when talking to Chef Iro Urasawa, his tone was full of a sense of command, as if he was ordering his subordinates. You don't have to be so harsh on ordinary people. If the chef is nervous, he won't be able to make good dishes. As soon as his voice fell, Rog's chakra came to Chef Iro Urasawa's body, dispelling the pressure of Grand Duke William for him. Does an existence like you still care about the life and death of ordinary people? Grand Duke William turned his head to look at Rog and asked with a smile. "Except for the gods, we are all mortals, and you and I are the same." Although he has far more power than ordinary people, Rog doesn't think that he is nobler than ordinary people like the Blood Clan. On the contrary, he cherishes his current human identity. It's a bit interesting. If we didn't meet in this environment, you and I might have become good friends. At this time, Grand Duke William was not as violent and cold-blooded as the rumors said. If he didn't know that Grand Duke William was from the Brute clan, which was the most suitable for fighting among the Blood clan, Rog would have the illusion that he was a kind aristocrat. Maybe. Rog took a sip of the sake in the glass and said slowly, "You took over the Wolf clan and killed Jacob and the others. I can directly make the decision to write it off. What we're going to do is not against Konoha, and we don't need to let things develop into something more serious." Although Grand Duke William has not fought with Rog, he knows that even if he went all out, he may not be a match for Rog. The strength of a Blood Clan Duke is indeed very strong, but Rog is not weak either. In fact, I am not particularly interested in what you're going to do. Even if you really release Cain from the place of seal, it is not up to me. It's just that you have something in your hands that I want, so you should understand what I mean. Whether or not Cain can return to the human world is, in a strict sense, not within the scope of Konoha's handling. There are already enough hidden big shots on Earth. One more vampire ancestor was not a big deal. It's just that he is now interested in the 13 sacred tools of the Blood Clan, so he made a small move against the Blood Clan. "We can't give you the sacred object. This is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan. Even the true identity of Rog has been investigated, so it is impossible for Grand Duke William not to know what he wants. However, as he said, this is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan, and it is not an existence that can be traded. If someone suddenly tells me that they want what I have, I will not be willing to give it to them. It is human nature, and it is understandable. Well, let's make a deal. For what you're going to do next, Konoha can pretend that they don't know anything. In return, I want 4 sacred tools." Rog made his suggestion to Grand Duke William. The Blood Clan does have 8 sacred tools in their hands, but it is not an easy thing to obtain these 8 sacred tools. This is not a matter of eliminating the Blood Clan, but that eliminating the Blood Clan may not be able to get the sacred tools. If the Blood Clan is unwilling to surrender and would rather die than be willing to give up the sacred tools, Rog will not be able to find them all over the world. Finding things is not an easy thing, not to mention that the person who hid them knows magic. For sacred tools in exchange for Konoha not to make a move, I have to say that you're a person who is not willing to suffer any losses. Of course, Grand Duke William knew why Rog had such a proposal. He was afraid that he would not get anything in the end, so he chose to compromise in advance. But I still say the same thing. We will not give up the sacred tools. This is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan. In the end, Grand Duke William rejected Rog's proposal. Don't refuse so quickly. I know that this proposal seems to be a loss for you, but think about it carefully. You are not without any gains. Let's put it this way. If Konoha stops you with all its strength, you will never have the chance to complete the plan. So you have to think about it differently. You are not losing the 4 sacred tools, but using these 4 sacred tools in exchange for a chance to smoothly welcome back the ancestor. If you exchange, you still have a chance to welcome back the ancestor. If you don't exchange, you really have no chance at all. Saint artifacts are precious, but compared to the progenitor, they are nothing. If your ancestor returns smoothly, you can have as many sacred tools as you want. At this time, Rob was like an unscrupulous salesman who was trying to trick the elderly to buy health products. He was trying to trick Grand Duke William, an old man who had lived for hundreds of years. You are secretly changing the concept. In the end, you still want to take away the sacred tools. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, Grand Duke William was not moved at all. You can think of this as secretly changing the concept, but compared to secretly changing the concept, I prefer to call this a for sale. Since Grand Duke William was unmoved, Rog had no intention of continuing to fool him. He directly said his true thoughts. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I'm going to do this business. Rog would not have the slightest psychological burden to bully dark creatures. Chapter 494. Konoha's tyranny really lives up to its reputation. Grand Duke William turned his head to look at Rog, who was not even a fraction of his age, with a faint smile on his face. This is also something that can be helped. If Konoha is not tyrannical, it will not be able to suppress those monsters in the dark. Rog replied with a smile. Looking at Rog, whose expression did not change, and who completely grasped the initiative, Grand Duke William did not speak. He picked up the sake in front of him and slowly took a sip. Along with Grand Duke William's silence, the small dining hall fell into a strange silence. The slight sound of the restaurant chef making sushi became the only source of sound in the restaurant at this time. After a few minutes of silence, Grand Duke William spoke again. The matter of the sacred tool is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the other Grand Dukes before I can decide. No problem, I'll give you 3 days. After saying that, Rog directly got up and left this famous top-notch Japanese restaurant on the West Coast, without any intention of tasting the sushi. When Rog's figure disappeared from the restaurant, Grand Duke William, who had a pleasant expression just now, immediately changed his expression. His expression was as cold as an iceberg in Antarctica that has not melted for thousands of years. Inform the other clans. Let them bring the elites of their clans over. The peace talks have failed. Grand Duke William, who was sitting in the chair, did not get up, as if he was giving orders to the air. Then he raised the wine glass in front of him again and drank the sake in it. The moment he put down the wine glass, his figure also disappeared strangely from the restaurant like a chalk painting being erased. After returning to the Bentley SUV driven by Bran, Rog took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the Punisher at Konoha's headquarters. In 3 days, bring the Abomination and the Red Tank, as well as 10 teams of special forces to Los Angeles. The weapons will be specially made for vampires. After sending the message, he said to Bran, "Go to the factory in the suburbs." After saying that, he directly closed his eyes and began to empty his mind. Although Grand Duke William said that he wanted to discuss with the other Grand Dukes, his real subtext was that there was no room for discussion on this matter. Rog understood what he meant and gave him 3 days to do so. These 3 days did not refer to waiting for them for 3 days. Instead, it referred to using their fists to do the talking after 3 days. 3 days later, Konoha and the Wolf Clan won, and the Blood Clan handed over the sacred weapon. Similarly, if the Blood Race wins, Konoha and the Wolves won't interfere with the Blood Race's plan. This was a plan that was not explicitly stated, but both sides agreed to. After driving for about 20 minutes, Bran arrived at an abandoned suburban factory. Because Fenrir was not suitable to appear in the city, Rog let him stay in the suburbs and gave him the task of reorganizing the werewolves. Although Fenrir was only a magic wolf, he was born in Asgard and accompanied the goddess of death on her expedition to the 9 realms. Fenrir definitely couldn't handle government affairs. However, it was not difficult for him to reorganize the Wolf Clan into an army. Although only 2 days had passed, these werewolves initially had the appearance of an army under the training of Fenrir's fangs and claws. After entering the factory that had been abandoned for many years, Rog saw the 4 alpha wolf kings that he had just seen this morning near Fenrir. I have reached an agreement with the Duke of the Brute clan. After 3 days, there will be a decisive battle between the Wolf clan and the Blood clan. Of course, some people from Konoha will also participate in the battle, but the main ones will be your Wolf clan and the Blood clan. Don't you Wolf clan want to rise? Now the opportunity is here. As long as you can defeat the Blood clan this time, you can join Konoha and completely get rid of the Blood clan's pursuit. This time, I want all your Alpha Wolf clan to participate in the battle. I don't care where these Alpha Wolf clan are. After 3 days, I want to see them here. As for these Beta Wolf clan and Omega Wolf clan, they can leave now. Rog said his request directly. This was also a small test for the Wolf clan. If the Wolf clan can't complete this test with the help of Konoha, then there are only 2 paths in front of them. One is to be chased to death by the Blood clan, and the other is to be thrown to the Tatooine planet as a laborer. Rog, Sama, isn't this a bit too risky? All the Alpha Wolf clan will participate in the battle. If the losses are heavy, our Wolf clan will really have no resistance. After Rog finished speaking, an Alpha Wolf king named Michael came in front of him and said, "This Alpha Wolf king named Michael is the oldest of all the Alpha Wolf kings and the most timid one." During the day in the hotel, Rog confirmed this. I may not have told you very clearly during the day, but I will tell you again. Whether you want to get the protection of Konoha or become a part of Konoha, what you have to do is to obediently listen to my instructions and not question my decisions. Understand? Rog glanced at Michael and said with a blank expression, "That's true, but in case..." Michael still wanted to explain something, but before he could speak, he saw a silver-white arc across in front of him. In the next second, his vision turned upside down. He saw the upside-down night sky and earth, saw Rog and Fenrir spinning, and saw his own body without a head. Lightning release. Thunderbolt sword draw. Rog didn't intend to continue listening to Michael's nonsense and directly ended his life with Thunderbolt sword draw. It wasn't until Michael's head rolled a few times on the ground that Rog removed the Thunderbolt sword in his right hand. Now, does anyone have any questions? Rog didn't look at the dead Michael and looked at the remaining 3 Alpha Wolf kings. No, none at all. We will definitely support Rog, Sama's decision. Looking at the 3 Alpha Wolf kings who were obedient like pet dogs, Rog sighed helplessly. Bran, from now on, Henry and Michael's position as Alpha Wolf belongs to you. Bran was chosen by Henry and personally guided by him, which meant that Bran was definitely outstanding. Although Rog hadn't discovered Bran's strengths yet, he didn't mind giving this little guy a chance in advance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Fenrir's training, the 1,000 over Alpha Wolf kings that appeared in front of Rog finally had the aura of an elite warrior. In the hierarchy of the Wolf clan, the Alpha Wolf kings were in existence that corresponded to the Vampire Marquis. But in reality, the strength of these Alpha Wolf kings was far from being comparable to the Vampire Marquis, and they were even inferior to the Vampire Earl. The Vampire clan had strict criteria for the Vampire Marquis. Vampires that weren't strong enough couldn't be promoted to the Marquis until they died. The Wolf clan was much more casual. As long as they had a small group of 4 or 5 people that belonged to them, they could be called Alpha Wolf Kings. The Alpha Wolf Kings that were judged by this criteria were naturally far from being comparable to the Vampire Marquis. At present, there were only 8 clans left in the Vampire clan, and there were only 8 Grand Dukes. As a Marquis that was second only to the Grand Duke, there would be no more than 50 of them. This was still an ideal situation. If the Vampire clan's criteria for promotion were more stringent, the Marquis of the 8 clans may not even add up to 30 people. You are being chased by the Vampire clan. I don't need to tell you how embarrassed you are. You like to be a stray dog. That's your own business, but Konoha never raises trash. If you want Konoha to protect you, you have to show the value of Konoha's protection. The opportunity is now in front of you. Whether you can seize the opportunity or not, it depends on you. Before departure, Rog made a pre-war mobilization to these Wolf Kings that had nothing to do with hot-bloodedness. Then, he didn't care about what these Alpha Wolf Kings would think. He jumped directly on Fenrir's back and rode Fenrir out of the abandoned factory. Behind Fenrir were the Punisher, Abomination, and Red Tank. Behind them were fully armed 60 members of Konoha's Special Forces. Bran, who had just become the Alpha Wolf King for a few days, glanced at the murderous Konoha Special Forces and turned to look at the Alpha Wolf behind him. It wasn't until now that Bran finally understood why Konoha, with few combatants, could make many unruly underground organizations obediently abide by Konoha's rules. Obviously, they were just a group of humans, but they had a fiercer momentum than the Wolf Kings. What shocked Bran even more was the fearless posture shown by every Konoha Special Forces member. Although the opponent they were going to face next was the famous vampire in the Dark World, Bran didn't see the slightest fear in these Special Forces members. It felt like the enemy they were going to face next was not a vampire, but a group of street punks. Compared to the alpha werewolf behind him, Bran finally understood what Henry had been saying all the time. The backbone of the Wolf Clan was broken by the vampire. Glancing at the 3 Wolf Kings around him and the alpha wolf behind him with a heavy heart, Bran didn't say anything and silently followed behind the Special Forces members. When Bran followed the Special Forces member without saying a word, the other 3 Wolf Kings looked at each other and followed as well. During the day, Grand Duke William sent a letter of challenge with the time and place written on it. Grand Duke William didn't say anything about the tactics, nor did he say any superfluous nonsense. He just wrote the time and place on it. The only interesting thing was the signature of the letter of challenge. The 13 vampire clans. Grand Duke William didn't use his own name, nor the name of the 8 vampire clans, but the name of the 13 vampire clans. Signing in the name of the 13 vampire clans means that in the eyes of the vampire clans, this is the ultimate battle for the future of the clan. Chapter 495. There was a crescent moon, a gentle breeze, and everything was quiet. Before the appointed time, Rog, who was riding on Fenrir's back, brought the werewolves to the appointed location. After looking up at the night sky, he set his eyes on Grand Duke William and the others in the distance. Similar to the werewolves, there were not many vampires who came this time. There were only a little over 1,000 of them. Although not many blood breeds had come this time, the blood breeds that were present were all elites of the blood breeds without exception. There were more than 200 of them whose life force was not weaker than vampire Count Jacob and Alexander. However, at this time, only a few people, including Grand Duke William, attracted Rog's attention. Through Chakra's perception, he confirmed the identities of the 7 people beside Grand Duke William. Vampire Dukes. To be precise, they were the dukes of the other 7 clans. There were 8 vampire dukes and more than 1,000 vampire elites. Now, those who appeared in front of Rog and the werewolves were not the peak combat power of the vampires, but they were not far from it. While Rog was observing the situation on the vampire side, Grand Duke William and the others were also silently observing Konoha and the werewolves. Grand Duke William and the others were not surprised that Rog only brought a little over 1,000 werewolves. 2 days ago, they already knew that Rog only left the alpha werewolves behind. Since both sides had arrived, the next thing to do was naturally to start fighting. Whether it was Rog, Grand Duke William, or the other vampire dukes, none of them had the intention to challenge before the battle. They raised their right hands tacitly and then waved it down. The howls of the werewolves and the endless gunshots rang out at the same time, breaking the silence of the night. The vampires who used firearms and weapons pulled the trigger almost at the same time as Konoha's special forces. The ultraviolet bullets aimed at the vampires and the silver bullets aimed at the werewolves suddenly flew toward each other like rain. At the moment when the gunshots sounded, the werewolves behind Konoha's special force members quickly turned into wolves, and then like real beasts, they ran towards the vampire in the distance. The werewolves charged forward, and the vampires on the other side also started to cast black magic that was extremely unique to the blood race. Bats soared into the sky one after another, and the vampires disappeared one after another like shadows. The crimson light of magic continued to shine, lava-like fireballs blood-red lightning, scarlet tornadoes. It was as if the vampires were performing a fireworks show as they threw out the spells in their hand one by one. The silver bullets and magic created a net of death in front of the charging werewolves, crazily harvesting their flesh and lives. "You too, go and help them," Rog said to the Abomination and Red Tank as he watched the werewolves fall one by one. "No problem." The Red Tank's reply was as concise as ever. As for the Abomination's reply, it was becoming more and more Chinibu. "My fists are thirsty for blood." The Abomination and the Red Tank rushed out like two heavy trucks out of control and rushed straight to the vampire's position. With their completely unreasonable physique, the Abomination and the Red Tank were like two sharp knives that pierced through the vampire's line of defense and directly crashed into the vampire's position. With the Abomination and the Red Tank opening the way, the werewolves who were desperately charging finally rushed through this critical distance, and the battle became the close combat that they were best at. As the werewolves continued to rush into the vampire's position, the sound of gunshots from the vampire side became more and more sparse, and the large-scale attack magic almost completely disappeared. When the werewolves rushed out, Rog patted Fenrir's back and said softly, "You go and play." After that, he jumped down from Fenrir's back and jumped to the Punisher's side. "Oh, whoa." After a long howl to the sky, Fenrir, with his amazing body size, rushed toward the vampires on the opposite side. However, before he rushed into the vampire's position, he was stopped by a dozen vampires. Blood Race Marquis. The vampires who came to stop Fenrir were all Marquis. After joining Konoha, Fenrir didn't participate in any battle, and he didn't even show up much. But even so, the vampires still didn't dare to underestimate Fenrir. The werewolves and vampires fought in full swing, and they didn't stop until they died. The highest combat power on both sides at this time chose to watch the battle instead of participating in it. Rog didn't make a move, nor did Grand Duke William and the other 8 dukes. They were like chess players, quietly watching the chess pieces kill each other. You command the special forces, let them provide long-range support, don't go up, and fight the vampires. After watching the battle for more than 10 minutes, Rog turned to the Punisher and said, "No problem. I will never let any of the special forces die here." After hearing the Punisher's answer, Rog, wearing black casual clothes, walked toward the werewolves and vampires. At the moment he stepped out, Grand Duke William and others also moved. The plan of the vampires was simple. The 8 dukes were responsible for holding back Rog, while Fenrir, Red Abomination, Tank, and the alpha werewolves were dealt with by the Marquis. As for the other werewolves, the Count led the other elites to deal with them. Although the fertility of the vampires was far less than that of the werewolves, their individual strength was far stronger than the werewolves. As long as the 8 dukes could hold back Rog, the victory would only belong to the vampires. There was no problem with the arrangement of the vampires. If Rog was on the side of the vampires, he would make a similar arrangement. However, a plan was just a plan. The comparison of strength on the surface couldn't determine the real victory or defeat. If you want to know what the final result is, you will know after the battle. Rog hadn't gone far when Grand Duke William and others came in front of him and stopped him. "The battle over there is not suitable for an existence like you." Grand Duke William looked at Rog and said in a calm tone, "In gaming terms, there's a term called exploding fish. It means that high-level gamers maliciously bully low-level gamers. In the past, I also hated these exploding fish players. But later on, I understood a principle. That is, in esports, being weak is the original sin." As soon as he finished speaking, Rog's figure disappeared in front of Grand Duke William and the others. Lightning body blink. Lightning sword slash. A silver-white arc instantly appeared in front of Grand Duke William. Grand Duke William didn't expect Rog to attack just like that. What surprised him even more was that Rog's speed was faster than he had imagined. Vampires were dark creatures with high agility and speed. However, compared to Rog, their speed talent was not worth mentioning. Even Grand Duke William, who was a duke, couldn't completely react. The katana, which was completely formed by lightning, slashed across Grand Duke William's neck as easily as cutting through a ripe watermelon. However, no blood splattered from the neck that was slashed by the lightning sword, nor was there a head that flew high into the air. There was only a group of black bats that were fluttering chaotically. Bat incarnation. The moment the lightning sword was about to slash him, Grand Duke William instantly transformed into hundreds of bats and dodged Rog's lightning sword. Rog wasn't surprised that Grand Duke William was able to dodge his lightning sword slash. If the blood race's dukes were so easily beheaded, the blood race would have long gone extinct in the long river of history. The moment Grand Duke William used his bat incarnation to dodge Rog's attack, the other 7 blood race dukes didn't stay idle and attacked Rog. Scarlet Whip, Bloodblade, Death Claw. It was unknown whether it was because of tacit understanding or because they had discussed beforehand, but the 7 blood race dukes didn't engage in close combat with Rog. Instead, they cast magic at the same time. The casting speed of these 7 blood race dukes couldn't be considered slow, but Rog's casting speed wasn't slow either. Wood release, wooden spindle wall. Clang, clang, clang. A curved circular wall instantly appeared and completely enveloped Rog, who was wielding the lightning sword, while blocking the magic attacks of the 7 blood race dukes. Although the wooden wall was a circular arch made of wood, in terms of defensive power, the wooden spindle wall's defensive power was not inferior to ordinary steel. While casting the wooden spindle wall to block the magic attacks of the 7 blood race dukes, Rog removed the lightning sword in his right hand and used the wind release ninjutsu that he rarely used. Wind release, tornado hurricane. Would have been a gentle breeze suddenly turned into a gigantic tornado. Like a natural disaster, it engulfed the 7 vampire dukes who had just cast their spells. The gigantic tornado struck the 7 vampire dukes in the blink of an eye, sweeping them into the sky and twisting their bodies wildly. If other vampires were hit by the tornado, they would definitely be twisted into fried dough twists, even if they didn't die. However, as one of the top existences in the blood race, the means of the blood race dukes were far from what other vampires could compare to. In the midst of the howling tornado, it was unrealistic to transform into a bat because no bat could escape from such a tornado. Shadow leap, moonlight flash, moonlight transformation. It had to be admitted that the blood race was several streets ahead of the werewolves in terms of magic talent and magic inheritance. Magic that was incomparably difficult for others was a piece of cake for the blood race dukes. Relying on different flash magic and evasion magic, the 7 blood race dukes all got rid of the tornado's attack. However, this was far from the end. As soon as the 7 blood race dukes got rid of the tornado, they saw Rog suddenly appear on the wooden spindle wall. Wind release, vacuum chainwave. Before they could react, dozens of sickle weasel-like, transparent wind blades came in front of them. The blood race dukes were indeed good at magic, but Rog was also proficient in ninjutsu. Chapter 496. Not only were the 7 vampire dukes attacked by the sickle weasel-like wind blades, but even the bats that Grand Duke William had transformed into were also hit. Whoosh! Sharp cutting sounds rang out one after another. Shredded clothes and broken limbs flew up in a disorderly manner. Although these vampire dukes had speed and reaction that were far beyond that of ordinary people, none of them noticed that Rog's white eyes had turned into a blood-red color that was very similar to theirs. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Wind release. Tornado hit these vampire dukes. Rog opened his Sharingan. With the Sharingan's unparalleled dynamic vision and rich experience honed over many years of combat, Rog accurately predicted the landing spot of these vampire dukes and used wind release, vacuum rimba, in advance. Whether it was tornado or vacuum rimba, they were not particularly powerful wind release ninjutsu. But as long as they were used properly, even the most basic ninjutsu could produce an effect beyond imagination. After the end of vacuum rimba, Rog did not continue to use ninjutsu. Instead, he stood calmly on the arch of the wooden spindle wall and looked at these vampire dukes with a smile. Although the sickle weasel-like wind blades did not cause fatal damage to them, they seriously destroyed their image. The damage was not high, but it was extremely insulting. In addition to Grand Duke William, the other 7 vampire dukes had similar thoughts. Their clothes were messy, and their hair was messy, coupled with the wounds that had not been completely healed and the blood stained on their bodies. These vampire dukes were as embarrassed as they could be. Looking at their current image, rather than the legendary noble vampires, it was better to say that they were special lovers who had just experienced a forbidden party. Although their image was a bit embarrassing, these vampire dukes were old monsters who had lived for who knows how many years. They quickly adjusted their state of mind and recovered from their injuries. As for the damaged clothes, they could do nothing about it. After all, not everyone could repair their clothes directly with energy like Gila. The warm-up is over. It's time to start the real show. Rog ignored the cold eyes of the vampire dukes and jumped down from the wooden spindle wall, summoning the Kusanagi sword. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you get injured, it's not something that can be recovered by consuming some energy. As soon as his voice fell, Rog summoned the orange-red hellfire and let it wrap around the Kusanagi sword. The moment the hellfire appeared, the countenances of Grand Duke William and the others turned extremely grim. As dark creatures, not only were they familiar with hellfire, but they were also very familiar with it. Although Johnny was the only Ghost Rider still alive, there had been more than one in the past. It is said that after the flood, God discovered that the sinful nature of man had not changed. However, he had promised that he would no longer use cruel means like the Great Flood to punish humans. Therefore, he developed and created the second batch of spirits of vengeance, which are called living weapons. He let the spirits of vengeance supervise the evil nature of humans. The spirit of vengeance descended from heaven in the form of a rain of fire, infused with the soul of its human host. In the end, it evolved into a Ghost Rider and shouldered the responsibility of cleansing the sins of the mortal world. Although Johnny also had the spirit of vengeance, he was a special kind of Ghost Rider, because in his body there was still the power of the elemental demon, Lord Zartanos. Note 1. Ghost Riders were knights who cleansed the sins of the mortal world, but this didn't mean that they would only attack humans. Compared to humans, dark creatures like vampires and werewolves were more to the Ghost Riders' liking. Therefore, in the past few thousand years, the vampires have been harassed by Ghost Riders. But later on, for some unknown reason, the Ghost Riders disappeared one after another, and the vampires finally escaped the fate of being hunted down by the Ghost Riders. Although the Ghost Riders had disappeared, the deep memories left behind by Hellfire wouldn't disappear just like that. Lightning Body Blink. Rob wasn't interested in explaining Hellfire to Grand Duke William and the others, and once again used Lightning Body Blink. Although he had also disappeared, this time, Grand Duke William and the others were finally able to see Rog's route clearly. The hellfire wrapped around the Kusanagi sword was like a guiding line, leaving behind an orange-red arc in the air. Of course, Rog knew that hellfire would leave traces in the air, but he didn't take it to heart at all, because seeing it didn't mean that he could block it. It was like seeing an afterimage left behind by an enemy who was too fast. Although he could see the afterimage, he couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed. After appearing in front of Vampire Duke, as if he had teleported, Rog didn't hesitate and directly swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Facing the Kusanagi, sword wrapped in hellfire, the Vampire Duke didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly retreated. In the past, the vampires who had died tragically under hellfire had used their lives to leave behind an incomparably valuable advice for the vampires. That was, there was no need to try to use blood magic to resist hellfire. Whether it was an energy shield like the blood shield or a physical defense like the earth wall, it was impossible to block hellfire's attack. This had nothing to do with whether energy or physical matter could block hellfire. It was purely because hellfire restrained the vampire's blood power. In front of hellfire, blood power was like butter thrown into a pot of oil. It melted on a whim and didn't give any face at all. The vampire Duke Rog chose first wasn't the weakest among the 8 dukes, but he wasn't the strongest either. What was more troublesome was that he wasn't the fastest. In front of Rog, who had used Lightning Body Blink, The vampire's pride and speed was like that of an ordinary human. Chi, the vampire duke, who had just recovered his right arm, didn't even take a few steps back before Rog's Kusanagi sword slashed across his neck like the Grim Reaper's scythe. As the top fighting force of the vampires, Duke-level vampires would never be burned to ashes again. Even if they were hit in the heart by an ultraviolet bullet or directly exposed to the sun, they wouldn't be reduced to ashes. However, at this moment, the vampire duke whose head had been chopped off by Logue's sword quickly burned into a pile of black ashes, just like the lowest level of vampires. With a fatal attack and the burning effect of hellfire, Rog let the vampire duke die in the same miserable way as a low-level vampire. First one, after dealing with the vampire duke, Rog said softly in a voice that Grand Duke William and the others could hear. Fried fish. This was the game term he had explained to Grand Duke William and the others just now. However, what Grand Duke William and the others didn't know was that the fried fish Rog was talking about wasn't him bullying the marquises or count-level vampires, but the 8 vampire dukes. Bullying the marquises and counts was fried fish to him. Bullying the dukes like Grand Duke William was also fried fish. Since they were all fish, there was no need to care too much about the level of the fish. After all, in front of kings, silver and gold were the same. Wait, maybe we can talk again. After watching a vampire duke die in Rog's hands, Grand Duke William realized how big the gap was between them and Rog. Talk again? I gave you a chance 3 days ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog disappeared again. Just as Grand Duke William was about to look around to see which duke would be chosen by Rog, Rog appeared in front of him like a ghost. Among these dukes, Grand Duke William was the only vampire duke who had dealt with Rog. However, this didn't mean that Rog would have any friendship with him and exclude him from the list of targets. Although Grand Duke William didn't expect to be Rog's second target, his reaction speed wasn't slow at all. In fact, he was even faster than the dead duke. In terms of strength, Grand Duke William was definitely the strongest among the 8 dukes. The Brute clan was the clan that was best at fighting among the Bloodbreeds. As the Duke of the Brute clan, Grand Duke William's combat experience and skills were naturally the strongest among the Brute clan. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to hit him, Grand Duke William made a decision that even Rog praised. Grand Duke William didn't choose to retreat or dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to step forward and close the distance between himself and Rog. One had to admit that Grand Duke William's idea was very creative and effective. In terms of combat, the Kusanagi sword was definitely a close combat weapon. However, this didn't mean that the Kusanagi sword would be perfect in close combat. When the distance was shortened to the point where they were almost face to face, the Kusanagi sword would be limited by the distance and unable to display the effects it should have. This was also why a dagger was more useful than a sword in a real close combat. Relying on this method of closing the distance, Grand Duke William perfectly avoided the Kusanagi sword attack and blocked Rog's right hand with his left hand. Interesting. Looking at Grand Duke William, who was only 20 or 30 centimeters away from him, Rog once again praised Grand Duke William's combat intuition and fighting skills. After his right hand was blocked by Grand Duke William, Rog didn't hesitate and made a move that was also beyond Grand Duke William's expectations. He took the initiative to let go of his right hand and gave up the Kusanagi sword. The moment Rog let go of his right hand, Grand Duke William realized that something was wrong. But at this time, he didn't have time to change his tactics. Grand Duke William's left hand blocked Rog's right hand, while his right hand was like a sharp claw that grabbed Rog's neck. Just as Grand Duke William's right claw was about to grab Rog's neck, Rog's left hand hit his right wrist first and pushed his right hand away. Playing close combat in front of Ninja, who had mastered Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Rog didn't know for a moment whether to praise Grand Duke William's courage or arrogance. Chapter 497. If Rog were Grand Duke William, he would definitely not choose to continue attacking at this time. Instead, he would seize the rare opportunity to cast magic or directly retreat with speed. In a battle, one must always be cautious to avoid suddenly losing one's life. In the face of an opponent who was extremely good at close combat, and whose trump cards were unknown, close combat sometimes not only did not bring about an advantage, but it could also easily become the key to a complete defeat. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Rog's hand movements did not slow down in the slightest. Byakugan opened. Under Grand Duke William's gaze, Rog's Sharingan disappeared and was replaced by the Byakugan, which had blue veins popping out beside his eyes. Soft Fist Technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Before Grand Duke William could fully react, Rog's left hand turned into a fist and hit a key acupoint on his chest. Of course, it was impossible for a vampire to have the chakra meridian system, and there were no so-called acupoints. The key acupoint that Rog had hit was actually an important energy node on Grand Duke William's body. However, in order to be more in line with the style of Soft Fist, he called all these energy nodes on the enemy's body acupoints. When the first palm of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, hit Grand Duke William, the initiative of the battle completely fell into Rog's hands. Compared with other physical arts, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms was a set of slightly cumbersome fist techniques, and the time to perform it was also longer. If it were other physical arts moves, this kind of continuous attack time of 2 or 3 seconds would be easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity to counterattack. The time to perform the 8 trigrams, 64 palms was indeed a little longer than other physical arts moves, but this did not mean that it was easy to interrupt. If the 8 trigrams, 64 palms were so easy to break, it would not have become the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. As long as the enemy could always be controlled in the rhythm of their attacks, it did not matter if the time to perform it was a little longer. In Rog's vision at this time, he and Grand Duke William were in an illusory 8 trigrams array, an 8 trigrams array that belonged to the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 16 palms. In the next second after hitting Grand Duke William's first palm, Rog's hand struck out 15 palms consecutively at a speed that surpassed the limits of what one could capture with their eyes, completing the first stage of the 64 8 trigrams palms. The first stage of the 16 palms did not focus on actual destructive power. As the opening move of a combo, the first 16 palms were mainly used to further restrict and deprive the opponent of the ability to resist. After the 16 critical acupoints were sealed, Grand Duke William discovered that the power of blood that he could control as easily as his own arm had suddenly become boundlessly sticky, like a ball of sticky paste. Almost at the same time that he noticed the abnormality in the power of blood, Rog struck out the next 32 palms. At this moment, not only did Grand Duke William sense the abnormality in his blood power, but he also sensed the abnormality in his body. At this moment, he was like a marionette who had completely lost the right to move his body freely. Before he could figure out what was going on, Rog had completed all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. It was as if the power of his blood had been sealed. Intense pain spread from his body as he lost control of his body. Grand Duke William had planned to rely on close combat to obtain victory, but the development of the situation had completely gone against his plan. After finishing all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, Rog could have ended the attack. However, he did not do so. The light blue chakra enveloped his right palm like a flame, causing it to emit a dazzling light like the sun. Then, he used his right palm, which contained the terrifying power of chakra, to heavily strike Grand Duke William, who no longer had any power to fight back. 8 trigrams, mountain smashing strike. Rog's right palm was like a laser cannon, shooting out a huge light blue laser beam. It instantly sent Grand Duke William, who had been temporarily airborne due to the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, flying. Boom! Grand Duke William, who had been hit by the 8 trigrams, mountain smashing strike, flew backward like a cannonball. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into one thick tree after another behind him. Rog's palm not only sent Grand Duke William flying over 100 meters, but also left a ditch that was more than 2 meters wide and dozens of meters long on the ground. Was this guy still human? After witnessing the scene of Rog violently beating up Grand Duke William from the VIP seats, the same thought appeared in the minds of the remaining 6 Bloodbreed dukes. In the Bloodbreed's view, humans had always been fragile creatures that were like food. They knew that there were some existences among humans that were called monsters. However, they had never imagined that Grand Duke William, who was the strongest in the Bloodbreed, would be as weak as a baby in front of Rog. At this moment, they finally understood why Rog had called the first round of fighting a warm-up. After sending Grand Duke William flying, Rog immediately turned around and looked at the remaining 6 Bloodbreed dukes with shining eyes. "Don't say that I bullied you. Come at me together." As he spoke, he deliberately hooked his finger at the dukes, as if to say, "Come over quickly." However, the 6 Bloodbreed dukes did not attack him as he had expected. Instead, they retreated a distance with great tacit understanding and shook their heads at the same time. Weren't these guys a little too cowardly? Wasn't Grand Duke William still alive? At the final stage of the Mountain Smash, Rog intentionally held back some of his strength and controlled the power of the Mountain Smash to the extent that it could only severely injure Grand Duke William, but not kill him. At the beginning, he did have the intention of killing a few Bloodbreed dukes to let these dukes, who had seriously broken away from the bottom of the hierarchy, understand the threat of death. However, he changed his mind when he used the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams to attack Grand Duke William. He did not care what tricks these Bloodbreed dukes could play, but he was curious whether they could rescue Cain from the seal. Cain, the ancestor of the Bloodbreed, was the 3rd human in the myths and legends. Of course, this myth referred to the legend of God in heaven. The myths of other civilizations would not admit this. For example, Hwasha myths and Norse myths. Just as he was about to give up on communicating and use his fists to persuade the remaining 6 Bloodbreed dukes, Grand Duke William's voice sounded from afar. "Don't make things difficult for them. Even if you continue to attack them, they will only think about how to escape and not fight to the death with you." Grand Duke William's words could be said to have given the 6 dukes a hard slap in the face. However, not only did the 6 dukes not express any dissatisfaction, but they also nodded in agreement. F***CK. Looking at the 6 Bloodbreed dukes who had completely lost their will to fight, Rog cursed in his heart. After standing in place and waiting for nearly half a minute, Grand Duke William, who had been sent flying, finally returned in front of Rog. At this moment, Grand Duke William no longer had the demeanor of an aristocrat. His expensive, custom-made clothes had completely become beggar's clothes. "We admit defeat. The 8 sacred weapons will be sent to the hotel tomorrow morning." Without any discussion with the other 6 dukes, Grand Duke William immediately decided to admit defeat and hand over the sacred weapons. From the perspective of the clans, Grand Duke William did not have the right to decide the sacred weapons of the other clans. However, the 6 dukes of the other clans had tacitly agreed with Grand Duke William's decision. "It seems that they should not address you as Grand Duke, but as Your Majesty." Although Grand Duke William was only a duke from his current performance, he was no different from the king of the Bloodbreeds. "The title of Your Majesty is not something that I can bear." Grand Duke William knew what Rog meant and immediately denied Rog's words. "I hope to see the remaining 8 sacred weapons before noon tomorrow." For Rog, it was not difficult to completely kill Grand Duke William and the others. However, this would increase the difficulty of obtaining the 8 sacred weapons, and he might even fail. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, he accepted Grand Duke William's suggestion to admit defeat. However, just as Grand Duke William was about to ask the other Bloodbreeds to stop, Rog immediately stopped him. "Let them continue fighting. I'll ask the people from Konoha to stop, and you can ask the Marquises to stop as well." Although Rog did not say it clearly, Grand Duke William immediately understood his intentions. He wanted the Bloodbreeds to use their lives to train the werewolves. Although this would lead to a large number of deaths, Grand Duke William finally agreed to Rog's request. Under Grand Duke William's signal, the Bloodbreeds who besieged Fenrir Abomination, and the others immediately withdrew from the battlefield and looked at Grand Duke William with a puzzled expression. Fenrir and the others also noticed that something was wrong, but before they had time to show their skills, they received Rog's order to retreat. At the same time, the Punishers and the Special Forces also stopped attacking. This battle between the Blood Breeds and the Werewolves, after some unexpected factors, finally returned to its original state. Aren't you afraid that all the werewolves will die here? Although the Blood Breeds withdrew from the battle, the Blood Breeds still had the advantage, and the number of deaths was far less than the werewolves. If they die, it can only mean that they are not suitable to join Konoha. Rog answered calmly, as if he was stating a fact that everyone knew. It's no wonder that Konoha can become a frightening fighting organization. With a director like you, how can Konoha be weak? Grand Duke William thought that Rog only accepted these werewolves for the sake of the Blood Breed's sacred tool and sympathized with the tragic experience of the werewolves. Now it seems that his guess was wrong from the beginning. No, you think too much. I didn't make Konoha cold-blooded. I just told them that if they were bullied, then they should double back. Of course, in this process, I also contributed some insignificant help. Rog didn't think that Konoha could have its current reputation because of him. He just gave Konoha's people weapons and put forward some of his own opinions. As for those records, they were fought by the superheroes like the Punishers and Konoha's Special Forces. Chapter 498. When Roger had used the 8 trigrams, Mountain Crushing Strike, which had the visual effect of a laser cannon, to send Grand Duke William flying, the werewolves had thought that they would soon welcome the dawn of victory. However, within a few minutes, they found that things were developing in a direction they didn't expect at all. Fenrir, the king of the werewolves, who they just recognized, withdrew from the battle, and the Red Tank, who helped them open the way for the charge, also withdrew from the battle. Even Konoha's Special Forces, who were remotely assisting them in the rear, also withdrew from the battle. Although the werewolves were not a race known for their IQ, it didn't mean that they were idiots with developed limbs and no brains. In particular, the werewolves present were basically all alpha werewolves. Among the beta werewolves, or omega werewolves, there may be some completely brainless idiots. But the alpha werewolves, who could become the leader of a small group, would never be brainless. If they didn't even have this most basic thinking ability, they couldn't become alpha werewolves. If it was only Fenrir and others who withdrew from the battle, these werewolves may not be able to guess Rog's plan in a short time. But after seeing that the Marquises who attacked Fenrir and others also withdrew from the battle, they quickly understood. If they want to win, they can only rely on themselves. Although Konoha's practice of abandoning them without saying a word made these werewolves feel a little dissatisfied, they were also very clear about their current situation. It was impossible to resist Konoha. It was impossible to resist Konoha in this life. These werewolves didn't forget that the alpha werewolf king Michael only asked half a question, and his head was cut off by Rog. Even the alpha werewolf king had no power to fight back. Of course, the lower alpha werewolves would have no chance. Although the Marquises of the Kindred withdrew from the battle, under the leadership of those counts, the werewolves slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and lost the initiative of the battle little by little. If it weren't for the presence of the 3 alpha werewolves, the werewolves would only be defeated faster and more miserably. Although Bran inherited the position of alpha werewolf king of Henry and Michael, his strength didn't keep up with his status. Now, he was still an alpha werewolf. At best, he could only be regarded as a relatively good alpha werewolf. As time passed, more and more werewolves fell, and the vampires' attacks became more and more lethal. This was especially true for the vampire counts who had master magic. They were like messengers of death, harvesting the lives of the werewolves in a frenzy. 3 minutes after Fenrir and the others left the battle, the number of fallen werewolves exceeded 100. In addition to the werewolves who had died in battle, there were over 400 werewolves who would forever remain on this land. Are you sure you want to continue? They are about to completely lose their will to fight. Grand Duke William calmly asked Rog as he looked at the battlefield with an indifferent expression. Looks like we're seeing something different. What I see isn't a group of werewolves who have lost their will to fight, but a group of werewolves who are about to explode. In terms of casualties, the werewolves' death rate had reached a shocking 1/3. However, Rog did not intend to end things here. When he was playing strategy games, he had a bad habit, which was that he would only use a large amount of resources to cultivate high-level troops. In his strategic system, there was no such thing as a basic troop class. Therefore, he would only cultivate a small number of high-level troops, and then they would be completely destroyed by the opponent's mixed forces composed of high-level and high-level troops. He knew that this habit was not good, but so far he has no plans to change this habit for the time being. This can also be seen from the number of Konoha's special forces. Konoha's intelligence agency, a violent organization that has used force to defeat many opponents, has only a little over 300 combatants so far. More than 200 Special Forces members who have been strengthened by extremists once, plus more than 60 Umbu members who have been strengthened twice. These more than 300 people are Konoha's conventional armed forces. If Rog remembers correctly, the number of police officers in a New York police station is about 360 people. Note 1. This is still under the premise that only police officers are counted. If civilian personnel are included, there are more than 550 people in a New York police station. Although Secretary of State Ross has been reminding Rog openly and secretly that he can increase the number of Konoha's special forces appropriately, he has never done so. Perhaps it is precisely because of his unreasonable insistence that Konoha's special forces have the combat effectiveness of any agency in the United States. Not to mention compared with ordinary agents or army soldiers. Even compared with the famous SEALs, Konoha's special forces can easily defeat enemies 10 times their own number. The reason why Rog remembered it so clearly was that Secretary of State Ross had arranged a meaningless battle before. A Konoha Special Forces team of 6 people fought against 10 SEALs combat squads of 8 people. The result was obvious. Konoha Special Forces won easily, and it could even be regarded as a crushing victory. Since that time, Ross has never talked to Rog about increasing Konoha's special forces. Before setting off from the abandoned factory tonight, Rog roughly speculated how many werewolves could return alive. More than 300. According to his estimations, only 300 or so werewolves would be able to leave this place alive. Of course, whether his estimation is correct or not depends on when these werewolves will awaken. Apart from magic factors, the werewolf's physique is actually not worse than vampires. But the life of escape has made these werewolves instinctively afraid of vampires. What Rog is doing now is to reawaken the wildness and blood of these werewolves. Aren't you afraid of vampires? Then I'll arrange a big fight between you and vampires. Whether you die like a coward with fear, fight to the end with blood, or leave with your head held high, it depends on your own ability. This approach is cruel, but is the fastest way to awaken the blood and wildness of these werewolves. Time continued to pass, and the werewolves continued to die. Although these werewolves also took the lives of some vampires, compared to the number of werewolves, the number of vampires who died was less than 1/3 of theirs. Soon, the number of werewolves dropped from more than 800 to more than 700. Then, from more than 700, it dropped to more than 500. Although he was quite a distance away from the battlefield, Rog could clearly smell the scent of blood that was blown by the night wind. If he could smell the scent of blood, even though he was almost 100 meters away from the battlefield, the werewolves in the center of the battlefield would of course be even more aware. Just as the number of werewolves was about to drop below 500, a werewolf covered in blood suddenly let out a howl filled with indignation and anger. It's actually him? Henry really has a good eye. This werewolf, howling crazily as if he had completely lost control, was none other than Bran, who was once heavily groomed by Henry. Through the Byakugan, Rog could see Bran's blood-red eyes. He could see his growing fangs and claws. He could also see the inhuman aura that belonged to a beast. Under the immense pressure of death and the unwillingness of his own kind being slaughtered, Bran crossed the natural chasm between Alpha Werewolf and Alpha Wolf King, and was promoted to Alpha Wolf King. Before the vampires could react, Bran, who had completely awakened his wildness, charged towards them like a ghost. What followed was a primitive and bloody show of slaughter. Broken limbs, severed arms, heads, organs. The newly promoted Alpha Wolf King Bran was like a meat grinder, crazily shredding the vampires in front of him. Vampire Baron dead. Vampire Viscount dead. Vampire Count dead. In front of Bran, no vampire could escape his fangs and claws. One by one, they went to hell. Bran's sudden awakening not only allowed him to obtain strength and speed far surpassing before, but more importantly, he awakened the other werewolves. Wolf howls filled with anger and unwillingness sounded one after another. One by one, the werewolves opened the door of wildness that originally belonged to them, but was personally closed by them. Although the wolves in the zoo and the wolves in the wild were both wolves, the difference between them was at least 10 huskies. A wolf without wildness and blood was just a pet dog with the appearance of a wolf. In 10 minutes, call a halt to the battle, Rog said to Duke William and Fenrir beside him as he looked at Bran, who had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast with satisfaction. After planning for so long, he finally saw the werewolf troops he wanted. 10 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. It mainly depended on whether you were the one being beaten or the one being beaten in these 10 minutes. When the 10-minute countdown ended, Grand Duke William and Fenrir stopped the vampires and werewolves fighting at the same time. However, one of them used magic to transmit his voice, and the other directly looked up to the sky and howled. Although still unwilling, Bran, who had just been promoted to Alpha Wolf King, did not completely lose his mind. In accordance with Fenrir's howl, he stopped his attack. Remember to send the sacred tool tomorrow. After reminding Grand Duke William again, Rog jumped on Fenrir's back and rode Fenrir to the remaining werewolves. Looking at the werewolves, who were panting but still exuding a majestic killing intent, Rog nodded with satisfaction and slowly said, "Welcome to Konoha." After hearing Rog's words, the werewolves looked up at him at the same time and then issued the most uniform howl of the night. Awoo. After this battle, only 276 werewolves left alive, and more than 800 werewolves completely stayed here. However, they were not alone, because there were more than 600 vampires who were sleeping here with them. Chapter 499. In terms of the number of deaths, the werewolves were undoubtedly the loser in this battle. But whether it was Rog or the surviving werewolves, they didn't think that they had failed. In the case of a numerical disadvantage, they had an exchange ratio of 1 to 0, 75 with the vampires, who had oppressed them for many years. For the werewolves, this was a brilliant victory that they had never imagined before. Although the number of dead alpha werewolves was indeed beyond their imagination, the surviving werewolves would no longer have any fear of vampires. Wasn't it just 4 for 3? This was not a problem at all for the werewolves, whose fertility was far superior to vampires. After the battle was over, Logue had the surviving werewolves hold a simple funeral for their fallen brethren. Then, he opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters. Looking at the huge portal with a diameter of more than 10 meters, Bran and other werewolves pressed their right hand on their heart and saluted Rog. Under the leadership of the Punishers and other members of the Special Forces, the surviving 276 werewolves came to Konoha's headquarters, which was feared by the outside world like a tiger. When Fenrir and Xiao He, who were walking at the back, also entered the portal, Rog ended the portal magic that was extremely in line with Kamartaj's aesthetic style. Although the werewolf's recovery ability was good, in order to ensure that his werewolf troops would not decline due to some objective factors, Rog sent them to Konoha's headquarters for the first time. Konoha's headquarters had top-notch medical resources, which could give the werewolves the best treatment that had just experienced a bloody battle. Although the battle between the werewolves and the vampires was over, the smell of blood lingering on the grass did not dissipate for a long time. After looking around the battlefield, Rog used quantum transmission and returned to the five-star suite of the Beverly Hills Hotel. Before getting the 8 sacred tools of the vampires, he would not leave Los Angeles for the time being. The next morning, Rog had just finished breakfast in the hotel's restaurant when he saw the messenger sent by the vampires. "Mr. Rog, good morning. My name is Peter, and I was sent by Grand Duke William to deliver a gift. The Grand Duke's gift has now arrived at the hotel parking lot. Do you want to receive it in the parking lot or directly to your room?" The messenger sent by Grand Duke William at this time was a young vampire who looked to be in his early 20s. Rog saw Peter last night. If you remembered correctly, Peter was one of the vampire marquises who attacked Fenrir last night. He was already a vampire marquis at such a young age. This vampire, named Peter's future, was limitless. After looking at Peter, Rog casually said, "Send it directly to my room." "Okay." After receiving Rog's reply, Peter didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the dining hall and ordered the accompanying vampires to deliver the box containing the sacred weapon to Rog's room. Although they were of the vampires of the vampires, it of the vampires of the vampires of the hotel of the vampires of vampires. After sending all the sacred artifacts to Roger's room, Peter did not immediately leave the hotel. Instead, he returned to the restaurant. "Mr. Rog, the Grand Duke's gift has all been sent to your room. The Grand Duke specially instructed me to give it to you. I hope you can accept it." After saying that, Peter, who was wearing an expensive custom-made suit, took out a pure black business card from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to Rog with both hands. This pure black business card looked just like a piece of black paper. But after really getting it in his hands, Rog discovered that this business card was actually a kind of black metal he had never seen before. Not only that, but there were also magic fluctuations on the business card. Unlike other business cards, this black business card did not have any name or contact information on it. There was only a slightly complicated imprint, a solidified communication magic array. Interesting, is this the foundation of the vampires? Although Logue wasn't a professional mage, his knowledge of magic wasn't weak. Just by simply observing a few magic patterns on the imprint, he inferred the real function of this business card. This was a communication magic array that could contact Grand Duke William at any time. Of course, Grand Duke William could also contact Rog in reverse. "I'll accept the gift. Thank Grand Duke William for his generosity on my behalf." Although Peter was a vampire marquis, specially arranged by Grand Duke William to deliver the vampires of the vampires of the vampires, it was not difficult to infer from Peter's previous words that he did not know what these so-called gifts were. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first." After bowing slightly to Rog, Peter left the restaurant and left the hotel with the accompanying vampires. Evil key, decayed bracelet, magic puppet, blood cup, spirit staff, soul ring, punishment axe, illusion mirror. After returning to the hotel suite, Rog checked the vampires of the vampires sent by Grand Duke William. There was nothing wrong with the vampires, but the vampires of the corpse hand, which he was most curious about, was not among them. The corpse hand was said to be the left hand of Cain, the ancestor of the vampires. Because the secret of the world was hidden in his hand, it was cut off. As for whether the person who cut off the left hand was Cain himself or someone else, it was unknown. In addition to the bone harp, butcher's knife, ghost lantern, and poison bottle obtained from the werewolf, Rog now has 12 of the 13 vampires of the vampires. To some extent, he should be the first person to collect the 12 vampires of the vampires after the birth of these vampires. Although he did not collect all the 13 vampires, he was quite satisfied to be able to do this to this extent. As for the corpse hand, whose whereabouts were unknown, he did not care too much about it. Even if he could not find it, it was not a particularly troublesome matter. As long as the vampires can rescue their ancestor Cain from the sealed land, the corpse hand can make another one. Isn't it just Cain's left hand? Just cut it off. With Cain's recovery ability, not to mention a left hand, even if he lost 10 left hands, he could grow them back. After playing with the 8 vampires sent by Peter, Rog threw them all into the summon scroll, and then used quantum transmission to return to the underground training room of Konoha's headquarters. As soon as the aurora-like, brilliant light dissipated, he put his hands together and used an ability that he had not used for a long time. Inherent enchantment. Shikatsu Forest. In the blink of an eye, his private training room, which had an obvious modern style, had turned into a lush forest. Looking at this lush forest that he had once used to cultivate immortal mode and had even served as a logistics transit station, Rog took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. After ending the memories in his mind, he came to a wide open space and used a Mokuton that he had just thought of a name. Mokuton. 3 rooms and 2 halls jutsu. As the chakra in his body continued to pour out, a building made entirely of what appeared in front of him. Building a house with Mokuton was not his original idea. A ninja who inherited Mokuton and did not want to reveal his name once invented a Mokuton ninjutsu that used Mokuton to build a house. At this time, Rog was just using the idea of this ninja. However, he did not completely use the architectural style of that ninja, but used the style of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City of China. In other words, he directly copied the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Except for the color that was not the classic red and yellow, the building that appeared in front of Rog was exactly the same as the Hall of Supreme Harmony in his memory. There were 11 rooms wide, 5 rooms deep, 64, 24 meters long, 37 meters wide, 26, 92 meters high, and the building area was 2,377 square meters. Note 1. There seems to be something wrong. With his precise control, Rog can be sure that the Hall of Supreme Harmony he copied will not have too much error. But he doesn't know why. He always felt that something was wrong. It's not a problem with the color. It's the kind of place that is obviously conspicuous, but you can't pay attention to it for a while. After frowning and seriously recalling for a few minutes, Rog finally knew what the problem was. Platform base. It's the lack of platform base. Since his own Earth release is not very good, Rog directly gave up the idea of using Earth release to create a platform base, but continued to use Mokuton. When the platform base, completely made of wood, was completely formed, the Hall of Supreme Harmony in front of him was finally completed. After happily admiring his Mokuton Hall of Supreme Harmony, he walked up the wooden steps to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and pushed open the door. Although the structure of the main hall was the same as in his memory, there weren't as many fancy things. For example, he didn't create the emperor's throne that represented feudal rule. After entering the main hall, the first thing he saw were 2 rows of parallel wooden tables. After arriving at the innermost table on the left, he took out the reality Rubik's Cube containing the gem of reality and placed it on the specially designed table. Then, he summoned the eternal fire from the psychic scroll and placed it on the first table on the right, opposite the reality Rubik's Cube. After placing the eternity fire on the table, he summoned a golden disc from the mediumship scroll and placed it on the second table on the right. Then, he permanently peeled off a part of the hellfire that he plundered from Ghost Rider Johnny and placed it on the disc, allowing the hellfire to burn like the eternal fire. After doing all this, he directly left the main hall, randomly picked a room on the left side of the main hall, and placed the 12 holy artifacts of the Blood Kindred there. For the Blood Kindred, these holy artifacts were incomparably precious. But for Rog, these holy artifacts were just ordinary collectibles that had just surpassed the standard of his collection. If he placed these 12 holy artifacts in the main hall, not only would it be an insult to the gem of reality and the eternal fire, but it would also be an insult to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. That's right, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After using Mokuton to create the platform base of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he decided on the real name of this ninjutsu, Mokuton, Hall of Supreme Harmony. In addition to the 12 holy artifacts of the Blood Kindred, he also placed the Hell Scroll that he hadn't officially signed with Mephisto in this room. Then, he returned to the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and seriously looked at the 3 collectibles, the Gem of Reality, the Eternal Fire, and the Hellfire. Although he didn't have many collectibles now, he believed that sooner or later he would be able to fill all 12 tables in the main hall. because now he had already determined the next collectibles in the main hall. The Crown of the Flame Giant Surtur. Chapter 500. Konoha Headquarters, Dr. Connor's Laboratory. Sir, this is all the research reports of Super Skrull. According to the advice you gave, we combined the research results of Super Skrull and successfully developed this combat glove called Endless Greed. Dr. Lizard, wearing a white coat, introduced it to Rog with excitement and kept waving his arms like a conductor of an orchestra. Compared with Dr. Lizard Connors, who was almost crazy, Mr. Wonderreed was much calmer. If it wasn't for the expression of "I'm very powerful" that involuntarily appeared on his face, Rog would have thought that his heart really didn't fluctuate. Today is the 7th day since Rog returned to Konoha headquarters. In the past 7 days, in addition to getting himself a Taiha treasure haul, he spent the rest of his time in Dr. Connor's laboratory, using his profit advantage to provide them with some unique advice. The secret of Super Skrull copying other people's superpowers was studied by Dr. Connors and Reed a long time ago. Simply put, the reason why Super Skrull can copy other people's superpowers is that they have genes that can be freely changed. In general, the genes of creatures are fixed. Even for those who have awakened their superpowers, their genes are still in a stable state. Creatures with unstable genes may die completely at any time because of genetic collapse. However, the genes of the Super Skrull broke this rule to some extent. They can adjust their genes to the same as the target person, thereby copying other people's superpowers. Although this is not in line with the biological science on Earth, Super Skrull proves one point with its own existence. That is, the universe is big, and any strange creatures may be born. The secret of Super Skrull was studied by Dr. Connors and Reed. However, how to use this special genetic structure of Super Skrull in other aspects has become a problem. Just when Dr. Connors and Mr. Wonder Reed were at a loss, Rog, who has the prophet aura, provided them with a feasible direction. Speaking of this, it is necessary to mention the parallel universe where mutants exist. In a parallel universe with mutants, there was a mutant called Mystique. Her superpower was similar to that of the Skrulls. She could change her appearance at will. Mystique's superpower wasn't particularly powerful. Aside from her ability to infiltrate and camouflage, she didn't have any outstanding offensive abilities. However, a scientist named Bolivar Trask had the foresight to discover the brilliant future of Mystique's genes. Therefore, after thoroughly studying Mystique's genes, he created the Sentinel robot that almost ended the mutants forever. Through a special internal structure, the Sentinel robots could replicate the superpowers of the mutants. They could also adjust their own form or share the superpowers with other Sentinel robots. With these Sentinel robots, Bolivar Trask almost wiped out all the mutated humans. But unfortunately, the future without mutated humans that he was looking forward to was reversed by a mutated human who smoked, drank, and drove a motorcycle. Note 1. Rog didn't know how Bolivar Trask applied Mystique's genetic characteristics to the Sentinel robots, so that these mechanical creations had the ability to replicate mutants' superpowers. However, the unique mechanical structure of the Sentinel robots and the visual effects displayed when replicating mutants' superpowers left a very deep impression on him. So, he talked about what he saw in the Sentinel robots with Mr. Wonderreed in detail. In the field of science, Rog is at most an ordinary person with more strange knowledge in his mind. Asking him to give practical research ideas and directions is purely embarrassing for him. However, he could be the one who provides the key. After explaining what he had seen on the Sentinel robot to Mr. Miracle, Reed felt as if he had suddenly opened a door he had never known before. The next thing is very logical. Reed, who will receive nicknames such as the smartest man on Earth and Magic Rod Reed in the future, used practical actions to prove to Rog what a cheat-like wisdom was. The genetic secrets of the Super Skrull, the idea of the Sentinel robots given by Rog, plus the unreasonable cheat-like IQ of Mr. Wonderreed. A glove with the ability to replicate other people's superpowers. Endless Greed was born. Of course, because of time, the Endless Greed that appeared in front of Rog was only a first-generation product, and its potential and performance were far from the limit. After Mr. Wonderreed's test, Endless Greed currently only replicated a target's superpower. And after replication, this superpower will be solidified and can't be replaced at any time like the Sentinel robots. In addition, Endless Greed also has a small limitation. To replicate the target's superpower, Endless Greed must be removed from the target. Touching the target's body or touching the target's blood is fine. From a scientific point of view, this is because Endless Greed needs to understand the genetic characteristics and structure of the target in advance, and then copy and imitate. Although Endless Greed is only a first-generation version, and there are certain limitations, this does not affect Rog's evaluation of it. He doesn't need the Sentinel robots, a perverted product. Endless Greed, which can only replicate and imitate a target, is enough to meet his needs. Mr. Rog, although the glove's ability to replicate and imitate has passed some simple tests, this is only a first-generation version, so be careful when using it. In addition, if you don't mind, I hope you can let me retest the glove after using it. Unlike Dr. Connors and others, Mr. Wonderreed, who has just joined Konoha not long ago, did not address Rog as Lord or Hokage-sama, but maintained the initial polite address. No problem. I'll give you the glove again then, because Endless Greed will be completely fixed once it truly replicates other people's superpowers. Reed has not tested Endless Greed in a real sense. Simply put, from a theoretical point of view, Endless Greed could replicate other people's superpowers like the Super Scrolls. But whether the effect will really be so good, as the inventor, Mr. Wonderreed is not particularly sure. After all, new scientific products are often related to accidents. You should rest for a while. You've worked hard during this time. After thanking Dr. Connors and Reed, Rog took the Endless Greed that looks like leather, but is actually made of nanometal and left. After returning to his office, he adjusted the glove to match the size of his right hand. Then he made a phone call to Dr. Doom. Are you ready to conquer Muspelheim? At noon the next day, Rog opened the portal connecting to Doom's castle and let him come to Konoha's headquarters. Like the last time they met, Doom was still dressed in the metal mask and armor. Of course, the green robe that symbolized the identity of the monarch of Ladovinia was still on him. Rog did not take Doom to visit Konoha's headquarters. To be precise, he did not even let Doom step into Konoha's headquarters building. After casting the portal magic, Doom arrived at the grassland behind the headquarters building. Then, he mobilized the mana in his body and cast the portal magic again. Asgard Bifrost Hall. Dr. Doom thought that Rog would take him directly to Muspelheim, the country of the flame giants. Unexpectedly, Rog took him to Asgard. After arriving at the Bifrost Hall, Roger briefly explained his intentions to Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, and then received 2 Bifrost tickets to Muspelheim. Say hello to Thor for me. Because of Dr. Doom, Rog did not plan to go to the Golden Palace to meet Thor, and quickly left Asgard with Doom. Although Rog appreciates some of Doom's practices, it does not mean that he has forgotten what kind of person Doom is. This is a supervillain known for pursuing the mysteries of the universe at all costs. Letting him stay in Asgard is no different from letting a mouse into a grain barn. Muspelheim, the country of the flame giants, a world like a lava hell. Rog did not let Heimdall send them directly to Surtur, but let Heimdall choose a teleportation point at random. When the brilliant light of Bifrost dissipated, the true face of Muspelheim was revealed in front of them for the first time. After carefully observing the world composed of black earth and red magma in front of him, Rog lifted the infinite mode that he had just cast. Although the natural conditions of Muspelheim are a bit harsh, it has not reached the point where human lives will be endangered in a short time. In addition to being a little hot, Muspelheim does not emit deadly gases containing hydrogen chloride and its derivatives like volcanoes on Earth. At least in the view of Rog, who has the body of an immortal, the air in Muspelheim is not dangerous. How are you? Do you need to maintain your status through magic? Rog turned to Dr. Doom and asked. Unlike the last trip to Hell, this time they would stay here for a while and explore Muspelheim, which was known as the Country of Fire. It's okay, it doesn't affect my status without magic. The concentration of natural energy here is very high. Even if magic is maintained 24 hours a day, it won't have much impact. Doom's armor just looks a little quaint, but in fact his armor is not much worse than Tawny's Iron Man armor. Maintaining vital signs is just a simple function. That's good, let's go. After that, Rog took the lead and walked forward. Chapter 501. Although Muspelheim was ruled by the flame giant Surtur, there were far more than just flame giants living in this hell-like world. Muspelheim's natural environment was a little harsh, but this harsh result was obtained after comparing it to Earth and Asgard. If the scope of comparison was expanded to the entire universe, not only was Muspelheim's environment not harsh, it even exceeded the survival standard by a lot. Big brother, can we really find the lava fruit today? Beside a river formed by magma, a boy who looked similar to an earthling raised his head and asked his brother, who was a head taller than him. Definitely, lava fruit likes to grow next to rivers of fire the most. As long as we are patient, we will definitely find it. Unlike the younger brother, who looked very similar to an earthling, the older brother's appearance was not earthling at all. The older brother's height was similar to a 13 or 14-year-old child on Earth, but the color of his skin was dark red, which earthlings did not have. If Rog was present at this time, he would find that this rough, leather-like dark red color was very similar to the color he saw on the infernal demons. Apart from that, there were also cracks on the boy's dark red skin. These cracks were scattered messily on the boy's body, and from time to time, they emitted a magma-like orange-red light. We will definitely find it. After hearing his brother's answer, the younger brother, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, nodded heavily with an optimistic and determined look on his face. Just as the younger brother was about to continue looking for the lava fruit, he saw 2 shadows moving slowly. As a native born in Muspelheim, the younger brother was sure that the 2 shadows were not flame giants at a glance. Although the flame giant's skin was as black as charcoal and looked like a black shadow from afar, the flame giant did not wear clothes, let alone a black robe. Yes, flame giants did not wear clothes. To some extent, flame giants could be considered a race with a long history and civilization. However, the special nature of their bodies determined that they could not wear clothes like other intelligent races. The flame giants' bodies emitted high temperatures all the time. If it was just high temperatures, it was not particularly troublesome. The real trouble was that the high temperatures emitted by their bodies sometimes directly formed flames on their skin. With such a physique, even if the flame giant wore metal armor, it would be useless, let alone clothes. Brother, 2 exiles are coming. The younger brother's words instantly woke up the older brother, who was carefully eating the lava fruits beside the lava river. Not good. Run. Unlike the curious younger brother, when the older brother saw the 2 slowly moving shadows, he immediately carried his younger brother and turned to run. The moment the elder brother carried the younger brother, the cracks on his body burst out with a bright orange-red light. As if he had been injected with adrenaline, he ran wildly in the direction of the village. Those 2 natives seemed to be running away. Aren't you going to chase after them? Dr. Destruction glanced at the 2 children who were running away and said indifferently, "They won't be able to escape." Well, can you not act like you don't care? It's not a shameful thing to be interested in alien life forms. You didn't even let that fire-breathing lizard go. Rog did not give Doom any face and directly exposed his disguise. The 2 figures that the little boy saw were Rog and Doom. To be precise, it was Doom who was wearing a black robe outside the Green Emperor's robe, and Rog who was wearing the Akatsuki's black cloud robe. After being teleported to Muspelheim by the Bifrost, they did not go directly to the flame giant Surtur. Instead, like alien tourists, they enjoyed the great rivers and mountains of Muspelheim. Every alien life form may hide the mysteries of the universe. The more you know about alien life forms, the more likely you will be to explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Doctor of Destruction Dumb used a very high-sounding reason to explain his overly curious behavior. Yes, you're right. Just as Rog and Doom were chatting, the two little boys quickly disappeared from their sight. Their explosive power is not bad, and there are signs of using energy to increase their speed. Doom continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Don't analyze. You'll understand everything when you catch up. They don't know if the two of them were unlucky or the flame giants were too lucky. They arrived at Muspelheim for almost an hour. However, apart from the fire-spitting lizard that Doom had dissected and analyzed with magic and the two boys who had just escaped, they didn't encounter any other living creatures. There are quite a lot of bones left after the death of creatures, including human bones that look like earthlings. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Rog used his only flying ninjutsu and flew in the direction of the two boys. After Rog flew into the sky, Professor of Destruction, Doom, also cast a flying spell and followed closely behind him. Although super heavy rock technique is not a ninjutsu that can fly very fast, flying is always faster than running on the ground. Without much effort, the figures of the two little boys reappeared in their line of sight. After flying behind the little boys for more than 10 minutes, a small village appeared in front of them. The dome-shaped houses built with scorched earth were like pieces of black stone sitting on a scorched plain. Judging from the size of the village, this is a small village with at most dozens of families. Byakugan, open. In order to see the situation in the village further, Rog opened Byakugan. The next second, he saw a scene that he didn't expect at all. The dozens of round houses in the village are not the kind of houses he imagined, but the entrance to the underground cave. Under this seemingly barren, scorched plain, there was an incomparably huge karst cave, a huge karst cave that could hold over 1,000 people. Living in the cave are not only humans like the little boys, but also some creatures like giants and magical beasts. It seems that we are lucky this time. Those houses are just the entrance. The real village is underground. The scene inside is very unique. After confirming the real situation of the village, Rog closed Byakugan and accelerated his flying speed. Just as the two little boys were about to step into the village, Rog, wearing a black cloud robe, fell from the sky and stopped in front of them. Without waiting for the two little boys to speak, he cast a spell that he just learned not long ago. Language proficiency. At the very beginning, he planned to bring the universal language translator with him. But later, he gave up on this plan. There is no need to use scientific products for things that can be solved with magic. Hello, my name is Rog. I am a human from the Midgardian. Rog didn't say that he is from Earth. For the intelligent creatures in the 9 realms, the name Midgardian or Midgardian would be more familiar to them. After all, what is the name of the 9 realms? Is the universal education that is common in all 8 countries. The only place that doesn't popularize this is Earth. Just as Rog expected the two little boys to answer him with the same polite attitude, he immediately realized that he was overthinking. His self-introduction caused the vigilance in the eyes of the two little boys to disappear. Instead, it was a kind of contempt and disdain. This is looking at the sudden change in the eyes of the two little boys. Rog couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with his self-introduction. Just as he was wondering if this is the cultural difference between Muspelheim and Earth, the older little boy put down the younger brother he was carrying. Then, like a cheetah, he pounced on Rog, his small hands directly attacking his neck. Facing the little boy's sudden attack, Rog casually raised his right hand. Just as the little boy's hands were about to touch his neck, he chopped the little boy's head with a hand knife. Bang! Although he only used less than 1/10 of his strength, Rog's hand knife was still a thunderous blow that the little boy couldn't withstand. The moment he was hit by the hand knife, the little boy was completely knocked out and then came into close contact with the ground. After knocking out the little boy, Rog stepped over his body and came to the younger boy. This time, his face was not as kind as before, and he asked in a cold tone, "What I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Bullying children is not Rog's hobby. However, at this time, he didn't think the two little boys in front of him were children. His standards for judging children are somewhat different from others. If it's just that they are young, he won't think of them as children. After all, there are some so-called minors who could do demonic acts that adults can't do. And, judging from the attack just now, The boy who was knocked out by him has obviously undergone professional combat training. Understood. After seeing his brother being knocked down in an instant, the boy who looked similar to an earthling finally didn't have the contempt and disdain he had just now, and he answered with trepidation. Where are you from? What are your names? What's the matter with the village below? Rog asked like a police officer interrogating a prisoner. My name is Didier, and he is my brother, Mayor. I grew up here. The village has always been here. It existed before I was born. Didier quickly answered, his face full of fear. Wasn't the Midgardians the weakest existence in the 9 worlds? This Midgardian in front of him is so scary. Chapter 502. Is he your brother? Do you have the same parents? With the presence of Thor and Loki, Rog had a little distrust towards the so-called brothers, especially when the 2 brothers are not the same type. Mayor is my brother, my blood brother. Didier, who was trembling just now, suddenly became very excited, clenched his fists, and shouted with all his strength. At this time, Didier was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, showing his horror with an aura that was not scary. Wake your brother up. We are going to your village. Rog's left hand unbuttoned the black cloud robe, pointed to the unconscious mayor lying on the ground, and finally put his left hand on the middle button of the robe. Although the black cloud robe has 2 sleeves, he did not put his left hand into the sleeve, but put his left hand inside the robe. The left hand is not wearing the sleeve, but the right hand is wearing the sleeve. He learned this method from an Uchiha clansman who did not want to reveal his name. Although it looks a bit improper, it has a unique charm. Under Rog's gaze, Didier came to Mayor's side and gently patted his face. Didier's concern for Mayor doesn't seem to be fake, but it's really hard to believe that they are blood brothers just by looking at their appearance. While Didier was trying to wake up Mayor, Doom, who was floating in the air, slowly landed next to Rog. Did you get any useful information? Doom glanced at Didier and Mayor, then turned to Rog and asked. No. Under Didier's gentle patting, Mayor, who was knocked unconscious by Rog, slowly woke up. However, when he saw Rog and Doom standing behind Didier, he pulled Didier behind him and watched Rog and Doom with great vigilance. Boy, I don't like people looking at me like that. If you continue to look at me like that, I will dig out both of your eyes. Although he was just knocked unconscious by Rog, Mayor's eyes were still full of contempt and disdain. After being warned by Rog, Mayor put away his contempt and disdain and looked at the 2 with a cold face. Lead the way. People like Mayor, at first glance, lack of social punishment. Not surprisingly, he also has a serious racial discrimination mentality. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Mayor didn't completely lose his mind. Without saying a word, he pulled Didier and walked towards the entrance of the village. Under Mayor's lead, Rog and Doom walked into the winding entrance passage. However, just as they were about to walk out of the entrance passage, Mayor, who was walking in the front, picked up Didier, and the cracks on his body once again emitted a lava-like red glow. In the blink of an eye, Mayor rushed more than 10 meters away. I'll leave it to you this time. Rog handed the matter of stopping Mayor to Doom. Okay. Doom didn't have any objections to this and agreed. He silently snapped his fingers. Hold human. A faint green light flashed on Mayor's body. Mayor, who was running wildly, was instantly frozen. Under the effect of inertia, he maintained his running posture and rolled forward. Didier, who was in his arms, also rolled forward with him. Hold Human was a control spell that was specifically used against humanoid creatures. It could paralyze the target and make them unable to move. Targets who were hit by the human immobilization spell could remain conscious and breathe normally, but they couldn't speak or do anything. Similar spells included Hold Animal, Hold Monster, Group Hold Monster, and Group Hold Human. There were detailed records of these spells in the magic book, Bewitching School of Magic, from beginner to expert. When Doom used Hold Human, a series of relevant information involuntarily appeared in Rog's mind. Because the effect of these Hold Jutsu was similar to his ninjutsu, Hold Jutsu, he didn't learn these spells. But this didn't stop him from recognizing this spell at a glance. After using Hold Human to easily stop Mayer, who was trying to escape, Doom, who was wearing a metal mask, stepped in front of Mayer step by step and lifted him up. Just when Doom decided to punish the disobedient Mayer a little, several adult men with the same skin color as Mayer appeared at the end of the passage. Before the younger ones could be taught a lesson, the older ones had already appeared. The few adult men who had just appeared only glanced at Mayer, who was being lifted up by Doom. The cracks on their bodies lit up with lava-like radiance, and then they ran towards Doom madly. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, they arrived in front of Doom and fiercely pounced on him like a pack of wolves. Magic missile. More than 10 bright white magic missiles flew out in an instant and hit these men like cannonballs, sending them flying. Before these men landed, Doom aimed his left hand at them and added another evocation spell. Lightning Chain. Silver-white lightning rushed out of Doom's left hand and instantly hit the man closest to him. After the first target was hit, the dazzling lightning jumped to the second target at an astonishing speed. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Although Doom was a mage, he was definitely not the kind of mage who would be in danger when someone got close to him. On the contrary, he was extremely good at this kind of close-range spell-casting battle. With only 2 spells that weren't very advanced, Doom easily repelled the men who tried to attack him and left them with an incomparably deep impression. Although the lightning chain didn't take their lives, there were obvious scorch marks where the lightning hit. We don't want to kill anyone yet. Don't try to test our patience. With that, Doom loosened his right hand and let the immobile Mayer fall to the ground awkwardly. Then, he removed the immobilization spell on Mayer. After this small episode, Rog and Doom finally arrived at the village located in the underground Karst Cave. However, at this time, it was not only the 2 brothers Mayer and Didier who were leading the way, but also the adults who were casually taught a lesson by Doom. The arrival of Rog and Doom quickly caused a sensation in the village. Especially after knowing that the 2 of them came from the atrium, the villagers in the village looked at them like they were looking at rare animals. It didn't take long for them to see the person they wanted to see, the village chief of this strange village. Asgard? After seeing the village chief in a gray robe, Rog was stunned. He didn't expect that the village chief of this strange village would be an Asgard. Although there were many races in the universe that looked similar to Asgard, such as Warner Protoss and Earthlings, he was 100% sure that the village chief standing in front of him was an Asgard. To be precise, he was an old Asgard. I'm Abhijit, the village chief of this small village. May I know why you 2 are here? Abhijit glanced at the Mayer brothers and the injured villagers behind Rog and said with a kind face, "You're an Asgard. Why are you in Muspelheim?" As an Earthling who once lived in Asgard, Rog was very clear about the hometown plot of these Asgard people. For the Asgard people, Asgard was not only their birthplace, but also their eternal resting place. If there was no special reason, these Asgard people would never settle down in other places. Have you been to Asgard? Abhijit didn't answer Rog's question. Instead, he asked Rog, "We've been there for a while." They did stay in Asgard for a while, but the time Rog spent there was not the same as the time Durham spent there. The prophecy really came true. Asgard really sent a messenger! Obviously, Abhijit directly misinterpreted Rog's meaning and said loudly to the surrounding villagers with a happy face, "What's wrong with this guy? Does he have Alzheimer's?" Looking at Abhijit, who was instantly excited and inciting the villagers' emotions, Rog frowned slightly. This village was getting stranger and stranger. The location was strange, the villagers were strange, and the village chief was also strange. When the surrounding villagers were excited, Abhijit whispered to Rog and Durham, "Sorry, I've caused a misunderstanding. If you don't mind, we can go to the village hall to talk in detail." Although they didn't know what Abhijit was planning, Rog and Durham didn't have the slightest worry. When the villagers were watching them, they also used their own methods to confirm the strength of this village. How should they put it? From the perspective of the 2 of them, this village was an existence that could be completely destroyed with a wave of their hand. Even if only one of them made a move, they could completely destroy this village in a few minutes and end the lives of all the villagers. Because of this strength that far exceeded the village's resistance, they didn't care at all whether Abhijit was plotting something. A few minutes later, they came to the village hall that Abhijit mentioned. From Abhijit, they learned the reason for the establishment of this village and what the so-called messenger of Asgard was all about. To put it simply, this was a misunderstanding full of coincidences. But in order to make this misunderstanding a reality, Abhijit spent the rest of his life in this small village called Dawn. Chapter 503. More than 2,000 years ago, Abhijit, who was in his prime, was a somewhat famous blacksmith in Asgard. Although he was only a blacksmith, he was a blacksmith with a dream. Simply put, he wanted to create a weapon like Thor's hammer Mjolnir or Gungnir, so that he could become a divine blacksmith on par with the Dwarf King. In order to fulfill this dream, he went to Nidavel, the kingdom of the dwarves, to Vanaheim, which was ruled by the Vanir gods. He even sneaked into Jotunheim, the kingdom of the frost giants. Of course, he also went to Earth, which was called Midgard. However, when Abhijit traveled to all the countries in the Nine Realms, he discovered a truth that he should have understood long ago. What determined a person's future was not hard work, but innate talent. As an ordinary Asgard, Abhijit did not have the innate talent for forging like the dwarves, nor was he one of those lucky people who could awaken divine power. After putting in all his effort, he still could not break through his own limits. Abhijit despaired. He closed his blacksmith shop that was doing well, said goodbye to his family and friends, and left Asgard alone. After pursuing the dream of being a divine blacksmith for half his life, in the end, he found that it was just his own wishful thinking. Disheartened, Abhijit became a wanderer and began to wander aimlessly in the universe. If the development of the matter ended here, then Abhijit's experience could at most be regarded as the helpless life of an ordinary person. However, fate, the little guy that people loved and hated, obviously did not intend to let Abhijit go so easily. According to Abhijit himself, at that time, he was working as a bounty hunter on a backward planet that he forgot the name of. Although Abhijit's talent in weapon forging was not outstanding, it was undeniable that he was an Asgard who had undergone combat training from a young age and whose physical fitness surpassed most of the races in the universe. With these 2 points, he became a relatively strong bounty hunter on that planet. Just when Abhijit planned to end his unaccomplished life as a bounty hunter on that planet, he received a mission that completely changed his life. The mission was very simple. It was to escort a group of people who claimed to be fire elves to Muspelheim. These fire elves said that they were the descendants of the Alfheim elves and the Muspelheim flame giants, so they wanted to go to the flame giant kingdom, Muspelheim. Abhijit did not believe a single word of the fire elf statement. Although he was only a blacksmith in Asgard, it did not mean that he did not have a good general education class. It was impossible for Alfheim's elves and Muspelheim's flame giants to produce mixed-blood descendants. Although they were all humanoid creatures, the reproductive isolation between them was even greater than the reproductive isolation between birds and fish. Although Abhijit was dismissive of these fire elves, he was very satisfied with the reward given by the fire elves. The task reward, the Asgard the flame giantess tempted by the reward, Abhijit accepted the task of escorting the fire elves to Muspelheim. He knew where Muspelheim was, and these fire elves did not offend anyone, so there was no so-called pursuer. So for him, as long as he could get a spaceship that could carry these fire elves, he could easily complete this task and then use the reward from the fire elves to live a life of idleness. The mission went smoothly. With the help of Abhijit, the fire elves arrived at Muspelheim, the place they had been dreaming of. At this point, his mission should have been over. However, just when he was satisfied with the reward from the fire elves and left Muspelheim, an accident happened. The fire elves who had just arrived at Muspelheim did not even build a temporary camp before they began to excitedly look for the flame giants. Not sure if it was fate, but not far from where the spaceship landed, there happened to be a group of idle flame giants. The fire elves saw the flame giants of their dreams, and then they became the flame giants' food and playthings. Like Abhijit, these flame giants did not think that the fire elves were their descendants. So they, who had nothing to do, personally broke the unrealistic fantasy of these fire elves. They were slaughtered like prey and devoured like food. These fire elves had just seen the same kind of people of their dreams, and a nightmare came to them. Abhijit, who planned to pilot the spaceship away from Muspelheim, saw this scene on the spaceship. Not sure if it was the tragic experience of the fire elves that made Abhijit think of his past, but he made a decision that was not in line with a bounty hunter, but was very much in line with the Asgard people. He saved the fire elves who had died, more than half of the fire elves, at the cost of being seriously injured and completely destroying the spaceship. He saved these fire elves alone. The spaceship was destroyed, and Abhijit and the remaining fire elves were completely trapped in Muspelheim. Relying on the unreasonable physique of the Asgard people and the careful care of the fire elves, Abhijit gradually recovered. The instant destruction of hope and the grief brought by the death of a large number of people completely changed these surviving fire elves. After seeing these lively fire elves become lifeless, Abhijit made the decision that changed his life. He wanted to stay in Muspelheim and build a small country for these fire elves. In order to rekindle the hope of these fire elves, he used his identity as an Asgard to tell a small lie. As long as we can build a camp here, when Asgard knows that this camp was built by his people and other races, Asgard will send a messenger to make the camp belong to Asgard's territory. As long as we can get Asgard approval, we can build a kingdom of fire elves in Muspelheim, a homeland that truly belongs to the fire elves. With the advantage of asymmetrical information, Abhijit successfully fooled the fire elves and planted a seed of hope in the hearts of the fire elves. In fact, Abhijit's statement was not completely wrong, but he modified a key point. Asgard would indeed protect the camps built by his people in other countries. But the premise was that there must be a large number of Asgard people in the camp. There were only a few Asgard people in the camp, and it was impossible to get Asgard approval. So what Abhijit provided to the fire elves was an impossible hope from the beginning. Asgard would never send an army to Muspelheim for Abhijit and a group of people who claimed to be fire elves. It was even more impossible for him to build a so-called kingdom of fire elves for them. Under this false hope, Abhijit and the fire elves began to build a village called Dawn little by little. In order to let these fire elves have a certain ability to protect themselves, Abhijit also began to teach the fire elves the knowledge of the 9 worlds and fighting skills. In the following days, they also rescued some creatures that had inexplicably wandered to Muspelheim, such as the giants and monsters outside. It's a good experience, but you should know that the false will always become true. The two of us are not the so-called messengers of Asgard, and it's impossible for us to help the fire elves build a kingdom. Rog expressed sympathy for Abhijit and the fire elves' experience. However, this doesn't mean that he will help these fire elves. It's true that the false can't become true, but you will definitely help us. Abhijit didn't care about Rog's rejection, and his face still maintained a happy expression. Is that so? I'm a little curious. Where did you get your confidence from? Abhijit's reaction was beyond Rog's expectation, but it also aroused his curiosity. Because you are the 4th Hokage, Rog-sama. After hearing Abhijit suddenly say the words 4th Hokage, Rog's face instantly sank, and his whole person became extremely vigilant. Abhijit's words not only made Rog vigilant, but also Doom, the Doctor of Destruction, was also on full alert. Although Rog introduced himself in front of Didier, he didn't say that he was the 4th Hokage. How do you know that I'm the 4th Hokage? Answer me well. This answer directly determines your life and the safety of others. Looking at Rog's face suddenly became serious. Abhijit quickly waved his hand, indicating that he had no malice. I have no malice. I just want to make a deal with you. As for why I know that you are the 4th Hokage, you will understand after seeing Cornge and Mick. Cornge and Mick? Rog suddenly felt like he heard these two names somewhere. Cornge, Mick, you all come in. The closed door of the villagers' hall was pushed open, and two people appeared in the sight of Rog and Doom. The moment he saw these two people, Rog finally knew where he heard their names. Sokka Planet, Champions Arena. Cornge was a 2-meter-tall Cronin warrior. Beside him, Mick was a midget bug with 2 knife-wielding hands. Of course, this dwarf is from a human's point of view, but from an insect point of view, Mick is a giant. After seeing Cornge and Mick, Rog shrugged and sighed helplessly. Fate, this little guy, is starting to mess around again. Chapter 504. Clunin Gladiator Cornge and Knife-Wielding Insect Mike. Although they weren't famous gladiators on soccer, they still had their own fame. To be precise, it was their fame in the lead-in match. Before the start of every championship match on soccer, there would be a lead-in match to arouse the audience's emotions. Although the danger level of the lead-in match was not as high as the free-for-all or the team free-for-all, it was definitely not a game of house. It wasn't easy to make a certain amount of fame and survive in the lead-in match. Rog vaguely remembered that before his fight with Ronan, the one responsible for the lead-in match was this Clunin gladiator called Cornge. How did you get out of soccer? Looking at Cornge and Mike, who were still alive and kicking, Rog asked curiously. We robbed out Tinzaman's spaceship, passed through the Devil's Lair, and then came here. Although the environment here isn't very good, it's still much better than my hometown. After all, my mother and her little boyfriend won't appear here. Kernger gave a simple explanation. Cornge and Mike's spaceship fell into the lava river, and we rescued them. They told me that you were the 4th Hokage. Abhijit added. The two of them may explain why you know that I am the 4th Hokage, but you still haven't explained why you were so sure that I would make a deal with you. Although Abhijit's strength wasn't very good, just at the level of an ordinary Asgard gladiator, but for some reason, Rog always felt that he wasn't that simple. Rog didn't doubt Abhijit's experience, but he suspected that he was hiding something else. You go out first and close the door on the way. Abhijit didn't directly answer Rog's question, but let Cornge and Mike leave the village hall first. After Cornge and Mike left and closed the door, Abhijit slowly said, although I don't know what you want to do in Muspelheim, I think that with your outstanding strength, you won't refuse the opportunity to continue improving your strength. After that, Abhijit took out a small metal box from his arms, and then solemnly handed the box to Rog. Open it and take a look, you won't be disappointed. Roger glanced at Abhijit, who had a serious expression on his face, and took the metal box from his hand and opened it. Inside the box was a strange jelly that looked like magma, but it wasn't completely solidified. Rog and Doom were both well-informed, but they still didn't recognize what this thing was. Thing? Explain it? On this strange jelly, Rog, Abhijit, jelly, this is plain origin energy, Muspelheim's origin energy. Abhijit suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm as he spoke. But as soon as he finished speaking, Doom opened his mouth to deny his statement. Impossible. This can't be the origin energy of the realm. The origin energy of the realm can only appear in the form of materialization when the realm is about to collapse. The current Muspelheim definitely can't have materialized origin energy of the realm. While Doom was refuting Abhijit, Rog quickly recalled the information about the origin energy of the realm in his mind. The origin energy of the realm was a term used in the field of magic. To put it in simpler terms, it could be understood as the core energy of a planet or the source of life of a planet. In short, this was one of the most precious existences of a planet or plane. You are all powerful mages. You have enough ability to distinguish whether this is the origin energy of the realm or not. It won't do me any good to lie about something that can be easily exposed. Abhijit didn't care about Doom's refutation and still firmly believed that the jelly in the box was the origin energy of the realm. Whether this is the origin energy of the realm or not, I will confirm it later. If this is true, what do you want to trade it for? Rog closed the box and asked Abhijit. A kingdom that belongs to the Fire Elves. Whether it's in Muspelheim or somewhere else, it's fine. As expected, Abhijit gave an answer that Rog expected. No problem. As long as this is the origin energy of the realm, I can help you fulfill this wish. For Rog, it wasn't difficult to help Abhijit fulfill this wish. Wasn't it just a kingdom that belonged to the Fire Elves? It was a piece of cake. If these Fire Elves didn't like Muspelheim, he could also give them a piece of land on Tatooine and let them build their own kingdom. Furthermore, on Tatooine, no one would come looking for trouble with them. After all, it was Rog's private territory. Mastering a planet of your own, that's how rich you are. After agreeing to Abhijit's conditions, Rog didn't hesitate and directly began to confirm the authenticity of the origin energy of the realm. When he used magic to confirm the authenticity of the origin energy of the realm, Doom stood aside without saying a word, neither speaking nor planning to help. After a dazzling operation, he finally completed the confirmation of the authenticity of the origin energy of the realm. This is indeed the origin energy of the realm, but I want to change the way of the transaction. After that, Rog handed the metal box back to Abhijit and then summoned a commission scroll. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I like to complete important transactions in the form of commission. The reward is the origin energy, and the content of the commission is to help the Fire Elves build their kingdom. If there is no problem, you can write the commission now. Although this kind of commission can't get too many ninja coins as a reward, even after the system's judgment. But no matter how small the reward is, it's still ninja coins. Rog has never minded taking advantage of the system. Although Abhijit didn't know why Rog had to complete the transaction in the form of commission, since Rog said so, he had to follow Rog's obsessive-compulsive disorder. As for Doom, he was directly ignored by Abhijit. Abhijit had never heard of Doom's name at all, and compared with Rog, Doom with a metal mask seemed a bit unserious. It didn't take long for Abhijit to finish writing all the content on the commission scroll. Content of commission. Help the Fire Elves build their kingdom. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward. 20 ninja coins. Perhaps the difficulty of the commission was too low, or maybe the system noticed his idea of taking advantage of the system. The system gave a commission reward that was lower than he imagined. I'll accept your request. Chapter 505. After officially accepting Abhijit's commission, Rog accepted the plain origin energy in advance. Arrange 2 rooms for us, and the commission will be completed for you within a week. Abhijit had no objection to the time Rog gave to complete the commission. They had waited for more than 2,000 years, and waiting for another week was not a problem. Under Abhijit's arrangement, Rog and Doom stayed in this village called Dawn as Asgard's emissary. They did not expose Abhijit's lie, but acquiesced to the identity that Abhijit had arranged for them. Anyway, for them, no matter what identity they had, it would not affect their next plan. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, Rog and Doom had stayed in the village for 3 days. During these 3 days, Rog did not leave the room he lived in and digested the plain origin energy in peace. Plain origin energy was the most important and basic energy of the plane. To some extent, the plain origin energy could even be called the source of all things. As long as it was matter and life that existed in the plain origin energy could evolve. To put it simply, the plain origin energy was omnipotent. Although there were many uses for the plain origin energy, Rog did not use it to do strange things. Instead, he used it directly to strengthen his physique. Although his usage was somewhat wasteful, he didn't care about it. Although he knew some magic now, he could be considered a pretty good mage. But he would not forget that he was a ninja who relied on ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Therefore, instead of using the plain origin energy as a magic material or other materials, it was better to use it directly to strengthen his body. Under the nourishment of the plain origin energy, his sage body, which had not significantly improved for a long time, began to improve rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the plain origin energy was completely digested by him, he had an accurate perception of his sage body that he had never had before. 80%. His sage body was developed to 80%. For a long time, he could only rely on his experience and intuition to estimate the extent to which his sage body had been developed. From there, he could calculate the gap between himself and Hashirama. Now, after absorbing the planar origin energy, he could finally accurately determine the degree of development of his immortal body. Although 80% wasn't particularly high, considering the amount of chakra he had, Rog could still accept this result. His current chakra was only at 6 tails, and he was only 3 tails away from the 9-tailed beast. But in reality, the amount of chakra he had now was only 1/3 of that of a complete 9-tailed beast. The chakra measurement unit used by the system was based on the young 9-tailed chakra, not the complete 9-tailed chakra. After he exchanged the ENQB, he would increase his sage body development to 100%, which is equivalent to Hashirama's sage body. Then, he could start to think about Hashirama's Shartanra. How much chakra Senja Hashirama had was an unsolved mystery. The only thing that was certain was that Hashirama once said that Naruto, Minato, and the complete Kyuubi had the same amount of chakra as him. So, Rog still had a long way to go before he could catch up with Hashirama's chakra. At the very least, he had to develop his sage body to 100% before he could start to think about this problem. After all, Hashirama also had the sage body in practice for decades before he had the unreasonable chakra. While Rog digested the commission reward given by Abhijit in advance, Doom, the Doctor of Destruction, was not idle and carried out his own research. Doom conducted a detailed study of these fire elves, who claimed to be the hybrid descendants of the flame giants and the elves, from their life form to the internal structure of their bodies. Although his research content was a little bit more, he did not conduct too many inhumane experiments on these fire elves, nor did he use dissection and other means. The fire elves in the village were not very willing to cooperate with Doom's experiment, but after knowing that Rog and Doom would help them build a fire elven kingdom, they became extremely cooperative. Even Mayer and the adult fire elves, who had been taught a lesson by Doom, joined Doom's experiment without hesitation. After coming out of his room, Rog did not look for Doom, who was addicted to the experiment, but found Cornge and Mike. As he expected, although Gao Tianzuan didn't win against Thanos and couldn't stop Thanos' attack, Gao Tianzuan still left Sokka, Star alive. According to Cornge, when they robbed Gao Tianzuan's private spaceships, he saw Gao Tianzuan leaving the hangar with a strong female guard Topaz in another spaceship. Although Cornge didn't know where Gao Tianzuan and Topaz went, he saw something very interesting. He saw Thanos. To be precise, he saw Thanos whose armor was beaten into tatters. Rog clearly remembered that when he fought with Thanos, Thanos' armor was intact. Even when he used the portal magic to take Hulk away, Thanos' armor was still intact. Although Sokka, Star advocated gladiators and had many gladiators, none of them could cause damage to Thanos and break his armor. This was something that even Rog couldn't do, let alone those gladiators who were far weaker than him. So there was only one conclusion. That is, the person who broke Thanos' armor was Gao Tianzuan. Apart from Gao Tianzuan, Rog couldn't think of anyone else in Sokka Star who could have such strength. Although Gao Tianzuan looked a little improper, he was a member of the universe's Council of Elders anyway. It was normal for him to have some unknown strength. After ending the conversation with Cornge, Rog came to Doom's room, which was not much different from a laboratory. Do you have anything else to deal with here? If not, I plan to meet with Surtur as soon as possible. According to the original plan, they should not go to the flame giant Surtur for trouble until a few days later. Basically, everything that needs to be studied is almost done. Now it's okay to go and see Surtur. Doom, who was engrossed in writing something, turned his head and glanced at Rog and answered casually. Then let's set off today. Rog didn't know if it was his own illusion, but after learning the news about Gao Tianzuan and Thanos from Cornge, he always felt that something would happen, and it was a very serious kind. So he decided to deal with Surtur's affairs as soon as possible, and then return to Earth to see Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 506. Are you sure the flame giant Surtur is in this underground cave? Professor Doom, who was wearing a black robe, asked in disbelief. I'm 90% sure. Although Rog was the one who confirmed the location, he wasn't particularly sure himself. After all, he had been wrong twice in a row. You said the same thing the last 2 times. After hearing Rog's uncertain answer, Doom complained. Even if I'm wrong this time, it's only a tie with you. You said before that your divination would never go wrong, but you still got it wrong 3 times in a row. Rog wanted to get Surtur's location from Abhijit, but unfortunately, Abhijit knew nothing about it. Although Abhijit had lived in Muspelheim for more than 2,000 years, he and the Fire Elf had been trying their best to stay away from the Flame Giant in the past few days, so it was impossible for them to inquire about Surtur. Although he didn't get the information he wanted from Abhijit, Doom confidently said that he could solve the problem. Then, he got the location wrong 3 times in a row. After failing 3 times in a row, Doom refused to continue the divination no matter what, so the task of confirming Surtur's location was handed over to Rog. Because he had never seen Surtur and didn't know what his life signal looked like, Rog could only use the simplest and most crude method to find Surtur. First, he activated Chakra's sensing ability to the extreme and selected the Flame Giant with the highest life force in the range of his sensing ability. Then, he used quantum teleportation and brought Doom to the Flame Giant. After a round of friendly communication, he learned the general location of Surtur from the Flame Giant. After confirming the approximate location, he once again performed quantum teleportation and directly teleported himself and Doom over. After repeating the process twice, he and Doom arrived at the current place. I should have come to the right place this time. Even though the life force of the guy inside isn't particularly high, his life force is obviously different from the Flame Giants from before. If I'm not mistaken, the most powerful Flame Giant inside should be Surtur. In order to avoid being slapped in the face again before entering the underground Karst cave, Rog once again used the chakra sensing technique to sense the situation in the Karst cave in detail. I hope so. Still, Doom did not quite trust Rog's perception. Let's make things clear first. Surtur's sunset light sword and crown are mine. Everything else is yours. If you want to conquer Muspelheim, you can, but you have to do it yourself. If you need my help, then we'll split the territory in half. This was an agreement that Rog and Doom had reached before they set off. The reason why he repeated the statement was to avoid a dispute over the ownership of the spoils later. Don't worry, I never go back on my promises. I'll never snatch the sunset light sword and Surtur's crown from you. Compared to Rog, who had a clear goal, Doom's trip to Muspelheim this time was much simpler and purer. Simply put, he came with the mentality of increasing his knowledge and expanding his research field. Although Doom had some achievements in the field of magic, he was still unable to further expand his gains in the field of magic because he was on Earth. For example, if he were an Asgard mage, he could definitely improve his research and strength in the field of magic by traveling to different planets and countries. In this regard, Abhijit was a very typical example. Abhijit did not have outstanding talent in forging, but he could find opportunities to improve his forging skills by going to the dwarven country of Nidavellir or the frost giant country of Jotunheim. This method was very feasible for an Asgard like Abhijit, or for other people who had also started the era of the universe. However, for Dr. Doom, who was on Earth, this was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. The reason why he agreed to go to Muspelheim with Rog was that he valued this opportunity to go to other planets. Of course, establishing a good relationship with Rog was also a very important reason. After confirming that Doom would not have any ideas about the Sunset Light Sword and Surtur's crown, Rog summoned the Kusanagi sword from the summon scroll he carried with him, as well as the thunder fan that he had not used for a long time. After Odin's death, the enchantments on the flying Thor Kunai and the thunder fan disappeared. However, Rog, who was already a mature mage, added the flying and summoning enchantments on the flying Thor Kunai and the thunder fan to make up for the regret caused by Odin's death. Let's go. Let's meet the legendary flame giant Surtur. After that, Rog took the lead and walked towards the underground cave. In his memory, Surtur without the eternal fire couldn't even beat the pre-awakened Thor. However, he still didn't dare to underestimate the ruler of Muspelheim. After experiencing so many things that didn't match his memory, he wouldn't continue to use the situation in his memory to infer Surtur's strength. Being careful and cautious was a professional quality that a qualified ninja must have. More importantly, he didn't want to fail in the hands of an enemy like Surtur. The underground cave where Surtur was located was far larger than the previous Dawn Village. After walking quickly for more than 10 minutes in this underground cave, Rog and Dum saw the target of their trip, Surtur. It was different from what they had imagined. Surtur seemed to have anticipated their arrival. At this time, Surtur was sitting on a huge stone throne, looking down at the two uninvited guests, Rog and Dum. Something's not right. Dum, who was standing next to Rog, suddenly said, "Leave Surtur to me, you take care of the others." Rog glanced around and said calmly to Dum. However, just as he finished speaking, a sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. Something's wrong. The intuition of danger in his heart suddenly made Rog extremely vigilant. Just as he was considering whether to activate the Byakugan to confirm the surrounding situation, a familiar figure walked out from behind Surtur's throne. Damn it! Why is she here? The person who walked out from behind Surtur's throne was none other than the Princess of Asgard, Thor's sister, the goddess of death, Hela. Chapter 507. Rog had imagined many scenarios of fighting Surtur in his mind. However, he did not expect to meet the goddess of death, Hela, in Muspelheim. What's wrong with his big sister? Is she planning to stay in the Nine Realms? Last time, it was Jotunheim, the kingdom of the frost giants. This time, it was Muspelheim, the kingdom of the flame giants. The universe is so big. Doesn't she want to go to other places? Although Professor Doom did not know the goddess of death, Hela, he knew at first glance that Hela was not an ordinary person. The aura of the goddess of death, Hela, was too strong. Although she wasn't as tall as Surtur, her aura overshadowed Surtur's the moment she appeared. Compared to Surtur, the current Hela was more like the ruler of Muspelheim. However, the following development perfectly proved this point. When Hela walked out from behind the throne, Surtur, who was sitting on the huge stone throne, immediately stood up and gave the throne to Hela. Then, like a guard, he stood beside the throne. "Who is she?" Seeing Rog's expression become more and more serious, Doom asked. "Odin's eldest daughter, Asgard's eldest princess, the goddess of death, Hela." Rog quickly answered Doom, and at the same time, activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. After hearing Rog's answer, Doom also silently mobilized the magic in his body, vigilant of everything around him. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Did that kid, Thor, ask you to come again?" Hela, who was sitting on the throne, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, crossed her right leg, and asked with a queen-like tone. Although Hela temporarily gave up the throne of Asgard, it did not mean that she recognized Thor. In her opinion, she was still the most qualified person to inherit the throne of Asgard. As for Thor, he was just temporarily holding that position for her. It has nothing to do with Thor. It was purely my personal decision to come here. Looking at the queen-like Hela on the throne, Rog answered calmly. Hela was indeed very strong, but she was still defeated by him. In the face of his defeated opponent, Rog couldn't think of any reason to be afraid. "When I sensed the eternal fire from Fenrir, I had a premonition that you would come to Muspelheim, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly." Hela's tone was still as arrogant as ever, but for some reason, this repulsive tone actually made people feel as if it was the way it should be. Actually, it's not that fast. It's just that the lifespan of humans on Earth is far inferior to that of Asgard's, so everyone's perception of the speed of time is a little different. Roga glanced at Surtur, who was standing beside the throne, and replied in a casual tone. "The lifespan of Earthlings is indeed shorter, but it is not difficult for an existence like you to extend your lifespan." At this point, Hela suddenly paused, frowning as she sized up Rog. Interesting. You actually absorbed Muspelheim's planar origin energy. Because he had just digested the plane origin energy, Rog's body still had some of the plane origin energy's aura. Although these auras were very weak for Gila, who was extremely good at controlling energy, as long as she looked carefully, she could easily see them. I was lucky, I just happened to find some. Rog casually found an excuse to dodge the question. He had asked Abhijit before, wanted to know where Abhijit got the plane origin energy from. As a result, Abhijit gave him a slightly funny answer. It fell from the sky. This was Abhijit's original words at the time. Later, after realizing that the joke did not have the desired effect, Abhijit seriously explained again. That ball of plane origin energy did indeed fall from the sky, but it fell from the sky after it was spewed into the sky from the crater of an erupting volcano. According to Abhijit, at that time, he was planning to go to an active volcano to look for a metal unique to Muspelheim. As a result, before he reached his destination, the volcano erupted. Or rather, the volcano exploded. The erupting volcano sprayed a large amount of magma into the sky. After a fire rain that was like a natural disaster, Abhijit found the plane origin energy near the volcano. After confirming that the jelly he picked up was the plane origin energy, Abhijit went to the volcano a few more times, hoping to find more plane origin energy. But it was a pity that after that eruption, the active volcano became a dormant volcano, and even the magma inside disappeared completely. To be able to find a plane origin energy in a stable plane, your luck is indeed very good. However, your good luck ends here. After saying that, Gila, with her slender legs and graceful figure, stood up and picked up the twilight sword that was leaning against the throne, which did not match her figure at all. Then, she dragged this huge red twilight sword down the stairs in front of the throne step by step. If I'm not wrong, you came to Muspelheim for this twilight sword. As soon as she said that, Gila raised the 3-meter-long twilight sword and slashed it directly at Rog's neck. However, just as this huge twilight sword was about to attack Rog's neck, the size of the twilight sword began to shrink rapidly. In the end, the red tip of the twilight sword stopped only 4 or 5 centimeters away from Rog's Adam's apple. The steam rising from it formed a faint layer of mist in front of him. I guess when Odin taught you swordsmanship, he must have told you that if you don't have the intention to kill others, it's best not to point the tip of the sword at others. After saying that, Rog raised the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his left hand and used the hilt to move the red tip of the twilight sword away. After doing all this, he continued, I am indeed here for the sunset light sword. Moreover, the purpose of my trip is not only the sunset light sword, but also his crown. Rog did not mind Gila knowing his purpose. He was determined to get the twilight sword and Surtur's crown. Surtur could not stop him, and Gila could not stop him either. You are indeed very different from other people on Earth. You let me go last time. This time, I'll return the favor. The sword of sunset light and Surtur's crown are both yours. Gila's tone was still that of a queen, but after she finished speaking, she inserted the twilight sword, which had shrunk to more than 1 meter long, directly into the ground, then turned around and left. That works? After seeing Gila put down the twilight sword without hesitation, Doom's gaze toward Rog suddenly became a little strange. Could it be that he and Gila... Doom was not a particularly gossipy person, but the scene in front of him made him involuntarily think of some strange images. Just when Rog and Doom both felt that this development was a little strange, Surtur, who was more than 10 meters tall, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, this is different from what we discussed before. You can't do this to me. It's not fair. Chapter 508. No one would have thought that the legendary flame giant Surtur, who caused the twilight of the gods and completely destroyed Asgard, would actually show such a begging posture. Unfair. Surtur's words made Gila, who was climbing up the stairs, stop and look up at the legendary flame giant. Yes, this is unfair. Very unfair. Back then, we agreed that if I gave you the throne of Muspelheim, you would help me take back the eternal fire. You can't go back on your word. Surtur, who was more than 10 meters tall, said in a roaring tone, making his face that was similar to a demon from hell look even more ferocious. Looks like Odin didn't just take away your eternal fire, but also your intelligence. Looking at the ferocious Surtur, Hela let out a disdainful laugh. Fairness needs to be maintained with strength. Without strength, you have no right to ask for fairness with others. Also, let me remind you, you didn't give me the throne of Muspelheim. You lost the throne to me. Do you understand? With that, Hela ignored Surtur, returned to the huge stone throne, and sat down. Hela used her actions to prove how much she did not put Surtur in her eyes. However, if one thought about it carefully, it was normal. Hela was someone who dared to go against Odin directly. Without the eternal fire, Surtur's condition was far worse than before, and he indeed had no right to make her fear him. Through the short conversation between Hela and Surtur, Rog and Dum finally understood why Hela appeared in Muspelheim and occupied Surtur's throne. Compared to Asgard, Muspelheim was indeed a backwater. However, no matter what, Muspelheim was a country in the Nine Worlds, a country with complete world rules. Although the throne here was not as good as Asgard's, it was still not bad. After all, this throne symbolized the ruling power of Muspelheim. Haha, I knew it. I knew I couldn't trust any of you Asgard people. Since you don't keep your word, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Little ones go. Let this Asgard bitch know who has the final say in Muspelheim. Surtur's voice quickly spread out. Then, nothing happened. Although there were many flame giants in the underground cavern, they completely ignored the summons of their former sovereign king. They continued to hide in the shadows of the cavern, motionless, as if they didn't hear Surtur's summons at all. After this awkward scene of no response for more than 10 seconds, Surtur did not know if it was because he felt embarrassed or because he was completely overwhelmed by anger. He let out a beast-like howl. As he roared into the sky, Surtur extended his right hand towards the twilight sword in front of Rog, attempting to summon the soul weapon that had accompanied him for countless years. But no matter how hard he tried, the sword Surtur was stuck. Surtur. Surtur could be considered a failure to live up to this point. Even the blazing demonic dragon that was chained to the stone pillar silently turned its head and closed its eyes after seeing this scene. I'm starting to doubt the records of Surtur in the ancient books. Dum, who was also the king of a kingdom, shook his head in disappointment after seeing Surtur's current state. Although Surtur was a retired king, he had ruled Muspelheim for so many years, and yet he did not cultivate a single loyal follower. To a monarch, this was simply an inconceivable matter. After realizing that the Sword of Twilight was no longer responding to his summons, Surtur finally stopped his wailing. Seems like I don't have to do it this time. Finish him off as soon as possible and don't let him continue to embarrass himself. Looking at his former colleague, Doom gave Rog a benevolent suggestion. Good suggestion. Rog agreed with Dam's suggestion, but he did not attack Surtur immediately. Instead, he summoned a black glove from the medium scroll. Endless Greed. The reason why he asked Mr. Miracle and Dr. Connors to study the Super Scroll and develop Endless Greed was to replicate Surtur's ability. Although he did not know if Endless Greed could replicate Surtur's ability as he imagined, it did not stop him from giving it a try. After putting on Endless Greed, he summoned the eternal fire that Surtur yearned for day and night and covered Endless Greed with it. Although he left most of the eternal fire in the Yamato treasure vault, he did not forget to keep some with him. In terms of attack power, the eternal fire was inferior to the hellfire. But in some aspects, the eternal fire had a huge advantage that the hellfire could not reach. For example, it could enhance the user's attack power in areas such as flames, high temperatures, and explosive shockwaves. When the eternal fire was completely wrapped around Endless Greed, he reached out his right hand, grabbed the hilt of the Sword of Twilight, and pulled it out from the ground. The moment the eternal fire touched the Sword of Twilight, He felt the perfect fit between the eternal fire and the sword of twilight. This feeling was like the perfect feeling when he made the final shot in a crucial basketball game. As expected, the sword of twilight was the best tool to utilize the eternal fire. After making sure of it, he raised the sword of twilight and pointed the red tip at Surtur. "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon." The moment his words subsided, Rog vanished from everyone's sight. Blink! Rog with the sword of twilight appeared behind Surtur in an instant. More precisely, he appeared behind Surtur's legs. TSSSSS. TSSSSS. Before Surtur could react, the sword of twilight had slashed through his Achilles tendons, leaving a huge wound that was dozens of centimeters long. After slashing Surtur's Achilles tendons, Rog did not see the scene of blood splattering everywhere as he had imagined. Although it was different from what he had imagined, his hands did not stop moving. After attacking Surtur's legs, he used body flicker again. This time, he left the ground and leaped high into the air. He was at the same level as the back of Surtur's neck. Chi 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 chi. Chapter 509. Before transmigrating, Rog had seen such a setting in a certain anime. The giant's fatal weakness was located at the back of the neck, which was 1 meter long and 10 centimeters wide. Of course, this was just a setting in that anime. In other worlds, the giant's fatal weakness might not be at the back of the neck. However, this did not stop Rog from viciously attacking the back of Surtur's neck. When he attacked Surtur's Achilles tendons with the Twilight Sword, he realized that the Twilight Sword was not a very sharp sword. To a certain extent, the Twilight Sword was more like a magic sword and not a sharp sword that mainly dealt physical damage. If he had to compare the sharpness of the Twilight Sword, it was not even as sharp as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword that he often used. Although the Twilight Sword was not as sharp as he imagined, it was more than enough to attack the back of Surtur's neck. As the Twilight Sword danced in the air, the back of Surtur's neck, which was thicker than his waist, welcomed the rapid flesh grinder attacks. In just 1 or 2 seconds, more than half of Surtur's neck had been sliced off by the Twilight Sword, causing his huge head to look like it was on the verge of collapsing. However, as soon as the attack of the Twilight Sword stopped, the back of Surtur's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the back of Surtur's neck had completely recovered, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Unlike the rapid regeneration of flesh and blood creatures, the recovery method that Surtur displayed was a kind of energy manipulation technique. By consuming the flame energy in his body, Surtur could not only recover from his injuries at any time, but he could also directly change his body's shape. For example, he could become as tall as a mountain. Of course, the premise of all this was that Surtur had enough flame energy. If Surtur still had the eternal fire, he could completely ignore Gila and Rog and even let them attack his body. Unfortunately, the one who had the eternal fire now was not him but Rog. After landing, Rog didn't stay behind Surtur. Instead, he used Blink to appear in front of Surtur. Just as Surtur was about to teach the little guy a lesson with his fist for daring to attack him, Rog did something completely out of his expectations. Rog withdrew the fire of eternity that was wrapped around endless greed and threw the severely shrunken Twilight Sword back to Surtur. Under his precise control, the red-tipped Twilight Sword drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Then it plunged straight into the ground in front of Surtur. The red tip of the sword was buried deep into the ground. "I'll return the Sunset Light Sword to you. Go all out." No one expected Rog to return the Twilight Sword to Surtur. However, after he gave up on the Twilight Sword, not only did Surtur not pull it out from the ground immediately, but he also took a few steps back vigilantly. This didn't make sense. This was a trap. Looking at the Twilight Sword that had accompanied him for countless years on the ground, all kinds of conspiracy theories appeared in Surtur's not-so-bright mind. Not only did Surtur not believe Rog's good intentions, but even the goddess of death, Hel, who had fought with Rog before, also had a doubtful look on her face. Although Hel had only fought with Rog once, She knew that Rog was the kind of person who would think of ways to increase his chances of winning. In simpler words, Rog was the kind of person who would do anything to win. And what he was doing now was obviously inconsistent with his previous style. You don't even dare to take it back? The previous ruler of Muspelheim. Don't you have the guts to do that? Looking at the vigilant Surtur, Rog began to use taunt to attack. The reason he returned the Twilight Sword to Surtur was, of course, not to pursue the so-called fairness of the battle. And even if Surtur had the Twilight Sword, this battle was still not a fair one for him. Surtur couldn't even win against Hell, so how could he win against Rog, who had defeated Hell before? If it was described in terms of ranks in the game, the current Surtur was a big rank lower than Rog, maybe even 2 ranks lower. With such a difference in strength, as long as Rog didn't act recklessly, Surtur's chances of winning were at most 10%. Although he was ridiculed by Rog in public, Surtur still maintained his vigilant look. Surtur was looking at Rog vigilantly, guarding against his sudden attack. At this time, Rog took the initiative to turn off his Sharingan. To be precise, he turned off his right Sharingan. Originally, the Sharingan could only be turned on or off. However, after the development of the Sage Body reached 80%, Rog suddenly realized that he could perform different operations on his left and right eyes. After turning off the Sharingan in his right eye, he did not let his right eye remain in its normal state. Instead, he used his right eye to activate Byakugan. With the activation of Byakugan, the blue veins around his right eye instantly burst, giving his eyes an asymmetrical beauty. Left Sharingan, right Byakugan. The two completely different Kekei Dojutsu gave him a special perspective he had never experienced before. This feeling was a bit like opening the other eye when using a monocular. After activating the different dojutsu in his left and right eyes, Rog did not rush Surtur, who was still in a dilemma, but pulled out the Kusanagi sword and the thunder fan behind his back. With endless greed in his right hand, he held the Kusanagi sword, and the thunder fan, which was too huge for his size, was held in his left hand. When Rog held the weapons in both hands, Surtur, who was worried about whether he was plotting something, finally pulled out the Twilight Sword from the ground. The moment Surtur pulled out the Twilight Sword, a flame instantly emerged on the blade of the Twilight Sword, and the size of the shrunken sword also expanded rapidly with the surging flame. When the flame completely dissipated, the Twilight Sword in Surtur's hand also returned to the size suitable for him, turning into a two-handed sword nearly 10 meters long. So, this is how to change the size. I'll accept this method. After witnessing the scene of Surtur restoring the Twilight Sword to its original state, a satisfied smile appeared on Rog's face. The reason why he returned the Twilight Sword to Surtur was to copy, or to learn the best way to use the Twilight Sword from him. In this universe, Surtur was undoubtedly the person who knew how to use the Twilight Sword the best. With such a sensei, Rog didn't need to explore the best way to use the Twilight Sword by himself. The Sharingan in his left eye was used to copy and observe Surtur's use of the Twilight Sword. The Byakugan in his right eye was used to observe the flow of energy in Surtur's body. With this kind of observation without any blind spots, he could master the best way to use the Twilight Sword in the shortest time possible, so that the Twilight Sword would become a new trump card in his hand. Chapter 510. When the Twilight Sword returned to its original size, the flame giant Surtur's confidence also returned. Holding the Twilight Sword tightly with both hands, he didn't hesitate at all. He strode towards Rog, like a flaming demon from ancient times. Looking at Surtur, who was getting closer and closer to him, Rog neither rushed forward nor retreated. Instead, he stood straight on the spot and waited for Surtur's arrival. Go to hell. Perhaps to vent the anger in his heart, or perhaps to encourage himself, Surtur raised the Twilight Sword high and shouted at Rog. Then, he slashed the Twilight Sword down. In terms of swordsmanship, Surtur's slash wasn't considered stunning. It even seemed a little ordinary. However, with his tremendous strength that far exceeded that of ordinary creatures and the terrifying high temperature that the Twilight Sword itself carried, his sword displayed an astonishing momentum that was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Under normal circumstances, Rog would never compete head-on with an enemy like Surtur, who was much larger than himself. But now, he intended to experience Surtur's slash with his own eyes. He wanted to see what kind of power the deity body that was 80% developed had. In the blink of an eye, the red tip of the Twilight Sword arrived in front of him and collided heavily with the thunder fan made of vibranium. Boom! A loud explosion that wasn't weaker than a large yield C4 bomb boomed. Red flames, accompanied by the shock wave of the explosion, instantly engulfed Rog, who was holding the Thunderball fan. The red flames gushing out of the Twilight Sword lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, revealing the aftermath of the attack to everyone. Rog, who took Surtur's slash head-on, was still standing in his original position. The thunder fan held in his left hand firmly against the tip of the Twilight Sword like a shield. Physical skill, monstrous strength. Monstrous strength was still monstrous strength. However, after the deity body was further enhanced, the strength given by monstrous strength was also more powerful. With the 80% developed deity body and physical skill, monstrous strength, Rog displayed physical strength that wasn't weaker than Surtur's. The legendary flame giant Surtur only has this much power. Rog's disdainful voice was clearly heard by Surtur. Although Surtur couldn't see the expression on Rog's face, he could imagine the mocking expression on Rog's face. Don't be too arrogant, Midgardian. Surtur raised the Twilight Sword again, intending to give Rog another vicious slash. However, just as he raised the Twilight Sword, Rog suddenly disappeared from his sight. Lightning body flicker. Before Surtur could react, he saw Rog leaping in front of him and the Kusanagi sword wrapped in silver-white lightning. Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. Under Surtur's gaze, the Kusanagi sword, which was not even as thick as his finger, was slashed fiercely on his head, which was fused with his crown. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. The Kusanagi sword that struck the center of Surtur's head didn't cut in like Rog expected. It's actually that hard. Rog did not expect Surtur's seemingly ordinary head to be able to block the attack of the Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. Although he wasn't unscathed, it was enough to shock anyone. Iron head, that was the word that popped up in Rog's mind when he saw the scene. Just as Surtur tried to reach out with his left hand to grab Rog, who was suspended in the air, his left cheek suddenly suffered a heavy slap. Slap. The one who slapped Surtur was none other than Rog. Although the Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade, didn't cause enough damage, it didn't mean that he would end his attack. Before Surtur's left hand could reach him, he slapped Surtur in the face with the Thunderclap Ball fan, interrupting his unrealistic fantasy. The slap from the Palm of Thunder didn't cause much damage to Surtur, but it was extremely humiliating. He was actually slapped by a Midgardian in his own palace in front of his own subordinates. To Surtur, who was once the ruler of Muspelheim, it was an insult worse than being mocked for having no heat in his lower body. Relying on the reaction force of the slap, Rog quickly landed on Surtur's left. Then, he cast a water release ninjutsu. Water release, ripple wave. Surtur had just turned his head and glared at Rog with a face full of rage when he saw a super-pressurized water column that was incomparably tiny to him. Surtur's forehead had fused with his crown, which was why it was astonishingly hard. However, his face wasn't protected by the crown. Although the super-pressurized water column of Ripple Wave was thin, its power and water pressure were extremely terrifying, possessing a terrifying lethality that didn't lose out to metal blades. The second Hokage Tobarama's Ripple Wave could easily sever the roots of divine trees. Although Rog was as proficient in water release as Tobarama, his Ripple Wave did not lose out to Tobarama's power. Poof! The Ripple Wave that Rog spat out of his mouth hit Surtur's left cheek like a bullet. Then it directly pierced through his entire face and came out from the right side. If there was anything worse than a slap to the face, it would be spitting saliva on the other party's face after slapping them. At the moment, Rog was using his actions to prove what it meant to be slapped in the face repeatedly. Due to their life form, the flame giants were a race that was especially easily angered. Their temper was like the flame energy that sustained their life. The slightest provocation would cause them to completely explode. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." After being slapped in the face repeatedly by Rog, Surtur could no longer suppress the rage in his heart and bellowed as if he had lost control. Now, there was no other thought in Surtur's mind at all. His only thought now was to grind the bones and scatter the ashes of this Midgardian that popped out of nowhere, using his blood and life to wash away his humiliation. "You'll have to use everything you've got if you want to kill me." Rog didn't take Surtur's threat to heart at all. The reason he provoked Surtur again and again was to thoroughly enrage him. Only then would Surtur use everything he had against him, fully fulfilling his duty as a teacher and showing him all the ways to use the Sunset Light Sword. Chapter 511. Just as Rog expected, Surtur's mind was completely occupied by anger. As soon as the wound on his cheek healed, Surtur, who was wielding the Twilight Sword, rushed towards Rog like an enraged beast. The red tip of the Twilight Sword seemed to have sensed Surtur's anger as it emitted an even higher temperature. The front half of the blade had turned into a bright red magma. Looking at Surtur, who was running towards him, Rog didn't stand still and wait for his arrival like before. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and galloped towards Surtur. In terms of size, Roger looked like a domestic pet cat that was trying to challenge a ferocious tiger in the wild. But everyone in the cave knew that the smaller Rog was the ferocious tiger. Clang! The Kusanagi sword, which was on a completely different level in terms of size, met the Twilight Sword head-on and blocked Surtur's furious strike. Although Surtur used all his strength, the Twilight Sword still couldn't suppress the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand. Then, under Surtur's gaze, Rog, who was under the Twilight Sword, suddenly withdrew the Kusanagi sword and let the red tip of the Twilight Sword hit the ground heavily, setting off a pure flame explosion. The flame engulfed Rog once again. However, before the flame completely dissipated, he stood on top of the Twilight Sword like a ghost with the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Although the Twilight Sword was shockingly hot, with the protection of the chakra coat, he didn't need to worry about being burned by the Twilight Sword at all. Compared to Surtur's astonishing size, Rog's speed and agility far exceeded his. "It's my turn." Rog, who was standing on top of the Twilight Sword, said to Surtur with a blank expression. In the next second, he stepped on the blade of the Twilight Sword and ran towards Surtur's huge and ugly head. Although Surtur immediately swung the Twilight Sword in an attempt to shake Rog off the blade, he couldn't do it. However, all of this was destined to be futile. In the blink of an eye, Rog followed the blade of the Twilight Sword in Surtur's arm and arrived in front of him. Kusanagi Sword, Chidori Blade. Although the Kusanagi Sword, Chidori blade that he used before did not chop off Surtur's head that had fused with the crown, it was still not enough. However, this time, Rog didn't continue to attack Surtur's head. Instead, he aimed the tip of his Kusanagi sword at Surtur's right eye. Chi! The Kusanagi sword with silver lightning around it pierced through Surtur's right eye, as if it was piercing through a soft cake. Although the flame giants were not creatures of flesh and blood in the conventional sense, they also had a sense of pain. When their vitals were hit, they would also feel the extreme pain that penetrated deep into their bones. After piercing Surtur's right eye with his sword, Rog once again did something that was out of everyone's expectations. Under the gazes of Hela, Dum, and the others, he let go of the sword in his right hand. Lightning evasion, 1,000 birds. A thunderous sound that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time suddenly rang out. Rog's endless greed right hand was instantly enveloped by silver lightning. His entire right hand seemed to have turned into lightning. Then, he ruthlessly pierced this lightning-like right hand into Surtur's remaining left eye. After the previous exchange, Rog had a general understanding of Surtur's physical strength. Although he could directly pierce Surtur's left eye with his right hand, even if he didn't use Thousand Birds. However, in order to make the battle more exciting, and more importantly, to make Surtur more painful, he used Thousand Birds. Without any suspense, Rog's right hand pierced into Surtur's left eye like an indestructible sword, completely destroying it. If he wanted to kill Surtur, he could have completely destroyed Surtur's entire head in one go, turning him into a ball of flame and fusing with the crown. However, he did not do so because he still had a small task to complete before killing Surtur. After using Thousand Birds to blind Surtur's left eye, Rog removed Thousand Bird from his right hand and activated the one-use duplication function of Endless Greed. Duplicating the flame giant Surtur's physique was the second preparation he made to fully utilize the Eternal Fire. If he only had the Twilight Sword, he might not be able to fully utilize the power of the Eternal Fire. Therefore, he did not intend to let go of Surtur's special physique. In addition to the main plan A, preparing a backup plan B could effectively reduce the occurrence of accidents and the failure of the plan. A cautious ninja would never place all their hopes on a plan. The tactical glove Endless Greed, which was created according to the duplication ability of the Super Skrull, quickly completed the duplication of Surtur's physique. From a moment Rog pierced his right hand into Surtur's left eye to the time Endless Greed was completed, it took less than 2 seconds. In such a short time, Surtur couldn't even heal the injury to his eye. After confirming that Endless Greed had completed the duplication, Rog pulled out his right hand and once again held the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. After doing all this, he kicked Surtur's nose fiercely and returned to the ground with the Kusanagi sword. When Rog stepped on the ground again, Surtur finally had time to heal the injury to his eyes and restore his vision. Surtur's vision was restored, but his tragic experience did not end there. After duplicating Surtur's physique, Rog launched a one-sided crushing battle, constantly forcing Surtur to fight with his life on the line. Time passed little by little. After this cat-and-mouse battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, Rog finally had the intention to end the battle. In more than 10 minutes of ravaging, Surtur showed all the ways to use the Twilight Sword. Although he didn't hurt Rog, who jumped up and down as if he wasn't human, his efforts made him a responsible teacher and taught Rog everything he had learned in his life. Right on, Chidori Agi. Before Surtur could turn around, Rog inserted the Kusanagi sword diagonally into the ground and summoned the Chidori Agi made up entirely of lightning. Chi. Under Rog's control, the Chidori Agi, which was more than 10 meters long, instantly cut off Surtur's sword-wielding right hand, causing the Twilight Sword and the broken arm to fall to the ground with a clang. Then, while Surtur's broken right arm was rapidly recovering, he rushed forward, jumped high, and performed the ultimate skill of this battle. Ninjutsu. Super Large Jade Rasengan. Rog, who jumped above Surtur's head, condensed a super large jade Rasengan with a diameter of 10 meters and smashed the super large jade Rasengan, which was like a small blue sun, hard on Surtur's head. Boom! Surtur's astonishing body was instantly knocked down by the super large jade Rasengan. His body made of flame energy shattered inch by inch under the terrifying distortion of the super large jade Rasengan, returning to the most primitive flame form. When the super large jade Rasengan completely erupted, Surtur's body also disappeared completely, turning into a red flame that rushed into the demon-like crown of more than 1 meter long. Chapter 512. The Super Jade Rasengan, which was 10 meters in diameter, left a huge crater on the charred ground. Along with the shock wave of the explosion, rocks larger than humans began to fall from the walls of the cave. Lava gushed out from the ground and began to fill the cracks on the ground, as well as the crater that had just been formed. When the red lava was about to touch the demonic mask-like crown in the crater, Rog formed a chakra hand, grabbed the left horn of the crown, and took the crown in his hand. If one only looked at its appearance, the crown in Rog's hand at this time was a crude and cheap handicraft, like a demonic mask handmade in the feudal era. However, The true value of the crown was far more than what its appearance showed. To a certain extent, the flame giant Surtur had already died under Rog's super jade Rasengan. However, this did not mean that Surtur was completely dead. As long as this crown was placed in the eternal fire, not only would Surtur be resurrected, but he would also completely recover his strength and have a terrifying mountain-like body. However, Rog wouldn't give Surtur the chance to do so. Surtur, who was sealed in the crown, had only one fate in this life, which was to become a collection in the Taihead treasure vault. After carefully examining the crown with the chakra hand, Rog threw the crown into the psychic scroll. Then, he came to the side of the twilight sword that had not completely dissipated. When Surtur was sealed, the sword of sunset light lost its only source of energy and began to crumble. As one of the main spoils of war of this trip, Rog naturally would not let the twilight sword disappear. Under the gazes of Hela, Dum, and the others, he summoned the eternal fire again and covered it in his right hand. Relying on the method he learned from Surtur, he held the hilt of the twilight sword and let the eternal fire slowly flow into the twilight sword. Under Rog's control, the body of the twilight sword began to rapidly repair, and its size also began to shrink rapidly. Within a few seconds, the twilight sword had become a one-handed sword that was more than a meter long. After casually brandishing the twilight sword a few times, Rog nodded in satisfaction. With this twilight sword alone, his trip to Muspelheim could be considered a fruitful one. With the addition of Surtur's crown and the energy manipulation techniques he had learned from Surtur, he had reaped a bountiful harvest this time. After swinging the twilight sword with satisfaction, Rog stabbed it into the ground and threw his Kusanagi sword, Thunder Fan, and Endless Greed back into the mediumship scroll. After doing all this, he once again held the twilight sword. Then, the twilight sword was completely shattered. Bang! Under the double destruction of chakra and the eternal fire, the twilight sword instantly exploded like a popped balloon. Before the wreckage of the sword fell to the ground, it completely dissipated into the air. When the twilight sword completely turned into nothingness, Rog raised his right hand that was wrapped in the eternal fire as if he was holding a transparent sword. From his left shoulder, he slashed down diagonally. As his right hand swung down, the twilight sword that had completely turned into nothingness once again appeared in his right hand. Starting from the hilt, it rapidly formed. When his right hand completely fell down, the 1-meter-long twilight sword also appeared. The twilight sword was not a physical weapon in the conventional sense. To be precise, the twilight sword was a magical physical weapon formed by fire energy. As long as one mastered the correct energy manipulation method, they could summon or create the twilight sword at any time. This was also the main reason why the twilight sword could change its size. From this point of view, the twilight sword was very similar to Hela's sword of the night sky. It was just that one used fire energy and the other used death energy. After confirming that he had completely mastered the method of summoning and creating the twilight sword, Rog held the twilight sword and came in front of Hela. Hela, who was sitting on the huge stone throne, still had the lazy and aloof posture of a queen. "Thank you for your generosity. Since you don't mind me taking the twilight sword and Surtur's crown, I believe you won't mind fulfilling a small wish of mine." The twilight sword and Surtur's crown were in his hands, but Rog would not forget that he still had a commission to complete. Although the commission only rewarded 20 ninja coins, no matter how little it was still ninja coins. Do all men on Earth not know how to be satisfied like you? Hela did not directly refuse Rog. She propped her head with her left hand and asked with deep meaning, "I don't know if other men know how to be satisfied, but personally, I am still a little greedy." Rog did not care about Hela's tone at this time and replied in a happy mood. Hela, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Rog condescendingly for a few seconds, then slowly said, "Tell me, what else do you want?" Starting from here, in the southeast, about 600 kilometers away, there is a small village called Dawn. The village was built by an Asgard called Abhijit. When you were still in Asgard, you may have heard of his name. He is a little famous civilian blacksmith. In the village, there is a group of fire elves who claim to be the hybrid descendants of the flame giants and elves, and some others who wandered to Muspelheim. If you don't mind, I hope you can give them a small piece of land near the village and let them build a small country belonging to the fire elves. Just a piece of land is enough, and they will take care of the rest. Of course, if you can restrain the flame giants and prevent them from entering that area, that would be even better. Rog briefly explained the village. After Surtur's death, Hela was the supreme ruler of Muspelheim. If the fire elves wanted to build a country in Muspelheim, Hela was an existence that could not be avoided. Therefore, instead of hiding the existence of Abijit and the fire elves, it was better to tell the truth to Hela openly. This could at least avoid many unnecessary problems in the future. For example, the safety of the village and the fact that Abijit was in Asgard. Why is it that every time I see you, you're helping someone else? Last time, you were helping that kid Thor, and this time, you're helping these so-called fire elves. Hela could not understand Rog's actions. In her opinion, a person like Rog should not be the kind of person who would work for others. Because I am a ninja, and ninja is a profession similar to bounty hunters and mercenaries. If someone asks for a job, I will help them complete it. Of course, the commission requires a corresponding reward. If you need it, I can also accept your commission. Because there was no such profession as a ninja in Asgard, Rog simply explained what a ninja was. Of course, things like ninjutsu and chakra were not within the scope of the introduction. I see. The eternal fire and plane origin energy are the rewards you received. In that case, we will use the form of a commission to solve the fire elves' problem. I will allow them to build a country in Muspelheim, and this is the reward I will give. As the price, I want you to kill Thor. Hela said to Rog with a serious face, and it did not look like she was joking at all. Is she serious? Rog did not expect things to develop in such a strange direction. However, he quickly made a decision. Sorry, I cannot accept this commission. The reward is not equal to the difficulty of the commission, and Thor is my friend. I will not accept a commission to assassinate a friend. Chapter 513. Do people like you still care about this? Although Hela and Rog had not been in contact for a long time, including this time, it was only 2 times. However, when Rog introduced her to what a ninja was, she knew that Rog was not the kind of person who would be bound by so-called morality and conscience. The reason was very simple. A person with a Virgin Mary's heart could not become a good bounty hunter or mercenary. So she did not take Rog's refusal seriously at all. You have to pay more. Sure enough, Rog immediately gave an answer that she expected. She didn't know why. When she saw Rog say you have to pay more, Hela always felt that he was imitating someone. That look, that tone, it was completely different from his previous style. Ah, you have to pay more. Interesting. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Hela was not worried about Rog asking for too much. In her opinion, no matter what Rog wanted, she could pay the corresponding reward. Although Hela was not the king of Asgard, she had to admit that she looked more like the king of Asgard than Thor. The life of Thanos. As long as you can kill Thanos, I will accept the commission to assassinate Thor. Rog didn't hesitate at all as he stated the reward he wanted. Thanos? Who is he? After hearing Rog's answer, Hela frowned slightly and asked puzzledly. Only then did Rog realize a problem. Hela was imprisoned by Odin more than 600 BC and only recently ended her life of imprisonment. Thanos was born 1,000 years ago, so Hela did not know who Thanos was. Note 1. He is a member of the eternal race of Titan Star, with a purple potato-like chin and purple skin. He is quite famous in the universe, with the titles of Mad Titan and Universe Emperor. He is currently one of the most popular, famous, and powerful existences in the universe. Rog briefly explained the identity of Thanos. A long time ago, he had always been curious about a question. That was, who was the strongest villain in the conventional state between the goddess of death Hela and the mad titan Thanos? I will kill Thanos, and you will assassinate Thor. This deal sounds quite fair. However, I refuse. Hela had never seen Thanos and did not know what kind of strength Thanos had. However, she was very clear that if Thanos was so easy to solve, Rog would have done it himself. Moreover, she heard the hidden loopholes in Rog's words. Using Thanos' life in exchange for Saul's life, this sounded fair. But the problem was that the reward Roger wanted was Thanos' life, and the price he had to pay was to assassinate Saul. As we all know, assassination does not mean killing. A failed assassination is still an assassination. From these two contacts, Hela felt that Rog was likely to deliberately let the assassination fail, and then use the failure of the commission as an excuse to let Thor go. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Rog shrugged and deliberately said in a regretful tone, "Okay, don't pretend. Your acting is not very good." Hela directly pointed out Rog's slightly rough acting. "Well, let's not talk about other things. About the Fire Elf Kingdom, if you agree, I can help you do something of equal value for free. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I will take them away from Muspelheim." Rog brought the topic back and waited for Hela's final answer. If Hela agrees, of course, it would be best. Whether it was for him or for the Fire Elves, this was the most effortless way. If Hela did not agree, he could only bring these Fire Elves to Tatooine and then give them a piece of land and let them build their own Fire Elf kingdom. It's just some Fire Elves. I won't go so far as to make things difficult for them. You can go back and tell them that with their village as the center, the area within 100 miles will belong to them. As long as they don't leave that area, there won't be any flame giants to trouble them. Hela waved her hand and directly gave the land within 100 miles of the village to the Fire Elves without mentioning the reward. For an existence like Hela, she would not care about the reward of a small piece of land. The reason why she mentioned the reward of assassinating Thor was nothing more than to see what Rog, this so-called ninja, could do. "Then I thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Fire Elves." After saying that, Loeb bowed slightly to Hela and said sincerely, "Thank you. All right, you two can leave now. The next time we meet, I won't be so easy to talk to." Hela regained the attitude of a high and mighty queen and said to Rog and Abigail condescendingly. Since the host had ordered them to leave, Rog and Abigail, of course, would not continue to shamelessly stay here. After removing the Twilight Sword, Rog pressed Doom's shoulder with his right hand and directly used quantum teleportation to return to the village called Dawn. After passing on Hela's words to Abigail, Rog did not plan to continue staying in the village. He left the village with Doom and called Heimdall, who was in charge of Bifrost. Within a few seconds, the gorgeous rainbow-like beam of light descended from the sky and completely enveloped the two of them. Asgard, Bifrost Hall. "Heimdall, send Doom back to Earth. I have some things to talk to Thor about. I'll go back later." "No problem." Heimdall did not hesitate to agree to Rog's small request. When Doom's figure disappeared at the entrance of Bifrost again, Rog used quantum teleportation to come to Thor's meeting hall. Before the brilliant light of quantum teleportation dissipated, Thor's voice came, "Rog, why are you back so soon?" Thor was not surprised by Rog's sudden appearance, because Heimdall had already reported this matter. However, he did not expect Rog to return from Muspelheim so soon. "The matter is done, so I came back, but that's not the main point. The main point is that I met Hela in Muspelheim, and she's now the ruler of Muspelheim. With Hela's strength, as long as she did not want to be discovered by Heimdall, Heimdall would definitely not be able to detect her. Hela had already proven this once in Jotunheim. Is that so? So she went to Muspelheim. Thor was not too surprised that Hela had become the ruler of Muspelheim. After officially becoming the king of Asgard, Thor found a lot of information about Hela in the top-secret database that only the king of Asgard could browse, so he had expected this. Or rather, this was what Hela would do. You can seriously consider how to deal with the matter between Hela and Muspelheim. Also, there's one more thing I came here for this time. I hope you can help search for a planet called Igor. I have some things to discuss with this planet. Chapter 514. Igo, are you talking about the self-aware planet? What are you looking for him for? For humans on Earth, a self-conscious planet is an illusory existence that only exists in their imagination. But for those civilizations that have opened the grand universe era, the existence of Igo is a long-confirmed fact. Although not many people know the specific location of Igo, there are many people who know of Igo's existence. Yes, it's the self-conscious planet. I want to go and see it and do something I've been wanting to do for a long time. Rog didn't tell Thor his real plan because it involves some secrets about chakra. Planting the divine tree on Igo is something he has planned for a long time, and it is also the key to whether he can break through to the Heavenly Father level or the Six Paths level. I will try my best to find out the specific location of Igo, but as a friend, I suggest you don't have any strange ideas. Igo is not an ordinary life. His strength is stronger than you think. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Thor slowly said, "Don't worry, I won't joke with my life." Although in his memory, Igo was defeated by the Milky Way awkward dance troupe. But Rog didn't underestimate Igo's strength because of this. Igo is an out-and-out Heavenly Father-level existence, an existence stronger than Thanos. But any existence of the Heavenly Father level is not easy to deal with. Odin, the father of the gods, the Ancient One, and the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, were good examples of this. After asking Thor to look for Igo, Rog did not return to the Bifrost Hall, but directly opened the portal back to Konoha headquarters in front of Thor. By the way, did you break up with Jane? The secret guard I arranged told me that Jane seems to have a new boyfriend recently. Thor didn't expect that Rog would care about his emotional life before leaving. In order to express his gratitude, he replied to Rog with a flash of lightning. But unfortunately, just at the moment he raised his right hand and tried to release the lightning, Rog used the body flicker technique and disappeared on the other side of the portal and decisively closed the portal. Two people's long-distance relationship. For People's Carnival, long-distance relationship is really unreliable. Rog, who returned to his office, said in his heart, "Ninja coins not consumed, 960. After putting Surtur's crown in the Yamato Treasure Hall, Rog opened the system page and glanced at the current number of ninja coins. 40 more. For a person who was saving money, the most impatient time was the period when they were about to reach their goal. At this time, Rog is experiencing this pain. Number 2, show me all the recent valuable commissions. Rog, who was sitting on the sofa chair. Although Hinata went to the Konoha hidden village on Tatooine to study the Android project, she didn't forget to transfer the authority of the commission website to number 2. Yes, sir. In the next second, the commissions that have been preliminarily screened were presented in front of Rog in the form of holographic projections. Although these commissions have passed the preliminary screening procedures set by Hinata, there are not many of them that can really arouse Rog's interest. To be precise, there are only 2. Inform these 2 clients that I am a little interested in their commissions, and ask them to come to the Konoha headquarters to discuss in detail. In the end, Rog chose 2 commissions that are suspected to be related to the players. Of these 2 commissions, one is a serial killer, and the other is a ghost in the house. However, because there is no conclusive evidence to prove that this is done by the players, these 2 cases were only reported to the local police and not to Konoha. In Konoha's living room, Roger met the 2 clients of the commission. After a detailed conversation, he accepted these 2 commissions and signed the commission scroll with them. Perhaps because of the patronage of the goddess of luck, these 2 commissions passed the judgment. Although the commission reward given is not high, the total reward is 45 ninja coins. In order to redeem the En QB as soon as possible and reunite the En and Yang QB, he carried out the commission without stopping. After spending a week, he successfully dealt with the inhuman serial killer, as well as the inhuman who had similar abilities to the ghost. When he got the ninja coins, he returned to the office at the Konoha headquarters. Without even changing his clothes, he directly opened the system's exchange page and found the exchange icon representing the En QB. Without any hesitation, he pressed the exchange icon for the En QB, and the number of unconsumed ninja coins instantly changed from 1,005 to 5. He didn't pay attention to the change in the number of ninja coins, but let his consciousness enter the 8 trigram seal. Just like the last time he exchanged the enqb, the majestic chakra of the enqb descended on him and merged perfectly with the yang qb in the 8 trigram seal. The fusion of the enqb and the yang qb was faster than he imagined. It took only 2 or 3 seconds for the en and yang qb to completely merge together. When the fusion was over, the qb in the 8 trigram seal was a full circle, and the momentum it exuded was even more amazing. Compared with the obviously enhanced momentum and chakra, the qb also produced an unexpected change that Rog didn't expect. When there was only the yang qb, he always felt that the yang qb was a little silly. And when he looked at the yang qb, he also felt like he was looking at a husky. But now, the qb no longer had that kind of husky momentum. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of brutal momentum like an ancient beast. This momentum, good, very energetic. Rog didn't take the hostility of the qb to heart and nodded with satisfaction. The current qb gave him a feeling a bit like the berserk qb during the qb rebellion. With satisfaction, Rog looked at the qb who was baring his teeth at him and trying to tear the 8 trigram seal, and his consciousness withdrew from the sealed space. When his consciousness returned to his body, he opened the system's attribute panel and looked at the 2 columns of Jinchuriki and Chakra. Jinchuriki, qb, resonance, 3, Chakra, 0, 5 column, 0, 25 main body, 0, 25-tailed beast. The resonance with the qb dropped to 3, but Rog wasn't surprised. His previous resonance with the yang qb was 6, and now, with the addition of the enqb, the resonance also dropped by half, which was not surprising. Now what really attracted his attention was the latest measurement unit of chakra given by the system, column. Chapter 515. Chakra, Tail, Pillar, Kakashi, Kyubi, Senju Hashirama. This is the measurement unit of chakra that the system has used at different times. He thought that the unit after the tail would be chakra, but he didn't expect the system to directly change the measurement unit of chakra to pillar. What he didn't expect was that the system's recognition of Hashirama's chakra amount would be so high. He previously had a 6-tailed chakra amount, and Kyubi's resonance degree also reached 6, adding up to a 12-tailed chakra amount. Although this chakra unit tail is based on Kyubi's standard, even if it is changed to the standard of a complete Kyubi, it is equivalent to a complete Kyubi. However, now, when the chakra unit changed from Kyubi's tail to Hashirama's pillar, the data given by the system is 0. For pillar, after conversion, 1 pillar is equivalent to about 1.7 complete Kyubi. Note 1. It's no wonder that Hashirama's chakra amount is called chakra. This terrifying amount of chakra is completely worthy of the unit ton. After confirming his current amount of chakra, Rog opened the system's exchange page again and found the exchange icon symbolizing the sacred tree sapling. Regarding this sacred tree sapling, the system gave a different introduction from Rog's memory. In Naruto's world, the Jubi is the sacred tree sapling. The Otsutsuki clan first planted the Jubi on the ground of the alien planet, and then after the Jubi grew to a certain stage, the guardian was used as a living sacrifice for the Jubi to eat. When the Jubi ate the guardian, it could truly transform into the sacred tree, spreading its roots to all corners of the planet, absorbing the chakra of all creatures on the planet, and finally bearing the chakra fruit. However, because of the wrong world, the system adjusted some of the settings of the sacred tree sapling. Note 2. Because in the world where Rog is now, there is no Otsutsuki clan, and there is no so-called guardian, so the sacred tree can't grow in the original way. In this regard, the system very considerately canceled the setting that the Jubi must devour the guardian to mature. In addition, the system also made a distinction between the sacred tree sapling and the Jubi. The Jubi chakra became a pure-tailed beast. with 1 to 9 tails and the Otsutsuki. As for the sapling, it became a pure sacred tree. A sacred tree that can only bear chakra fruit and has no other abilities. Rag had already learned about the system's adjustments when he had the idea of planting the tree of God. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the price of the tree of God's sapling after the system had adjusted it. Sapling of the sacred tree. Exchange price, 500 ninja coins. Although 500 ninja coins is not a low price, for Rag, who has exchanged 1,000 ninja coins twice, 500 ninja coins is an acceptable and reasonable price. In other words, 500 ninja coins is equivalent to a chakra fruit. As long as he can find a suitable planet and has enough strength to protect the sacred tree sapling, it will be a very cost-effective deal. Rag had already decided on where to plant the sapling of the tree of God long ago. Although there are many planets in the universe, when it comes to planting trees, no planet is more suitable than Igo. To some extent, Igo and the sacred tree are destined to be soulmates. And coincidentally, Igo's plan to conquer the universe is also completed by planting its own seeds on alien planets. Number 2, I will give you the authority to mobilize all resources and immediately arrange people to go to the forest in Missouri to find a plant that does not belong to the earth. If there is any discovery, protect the scene and inform me immediately. After thinking for a few seconds, Rag gave a new order to number 2. Yes, sir. Although Rag didn't give too much detailed information, number 2 didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If Rag knew everything, he wouldn't have to give this order. Soon, Rag's strange order was conveyed to Konoha's intelligence department and all the field personnel on vacation. Even the werewolves who had just joined Konoha not long ago also received the order. Find an alien plant? Is there another alien invasion? Missouri? Damn it, my parents live in Missouri. Just when these intelligence personnel and field personnel were guessing what secrets were hidden behind Rag's order, Rag left the office and went to his private practice room. The last time he came here was when he taught Hulk, Hashim, and Tanku. That time, the Berserk Hulk had directly destroyed his cultivation room. It wasn't until half a month later that the damaged practice room was repaired and further reinforced. Looking at the new practice room, Rag directly started the practice to improve QB's resonance degree. The addition of QB made the resonance degree between him and QB drop to 3. This is a problem that needs to be solved immediately for him, who has mastered the half-tailed beast transformation. When the resonance degree reaches 1, he can use the first stage of the Bijou transformation, the Bijou chakra coat. And if he wants to enter the half-tailed beast transformation, the resonance degree must reach at least 4 before he can use it. As for the complete Bijou transformation and QB mode, the resonance degree must reach at least 8. Rag doesn't expect himself to be able to restore the resonance degree to the previous 6 in a short time. But no matter what, he must at least raise the resonance degree to 4. Only in this way can QB become another trump card in his battle, instead of a chakra power bank. Because Kuroto already had a resonance level training in Konoha before, so this resonance level training is a walk in the park for him. Time flies. Rag's resonance degree practice plan lasted for a full 4 months before it finally came to an end. Because of his previous experience, his cultivation efficiency this time was much higher than when he was in Konoha's hidden village. In only 4 months, he raised his resonance degree with QB to 5. In addition to this, he has an additional gain. Sage Mode development progress, 85%. The increase in the amount of chakra brought by the improvement of the resonance degree also led to the further development of the Sage Mode, making him closer and closer to the complete Sage Mode of Hashirama. After this 4-month practice, he opened the system's property panel again and looked at his current chakra amount. Chakra amount, 0. 6 column, 0. 25 main body, 0. 35 Bijou. Chapter 516. Planet Tatooine, Konoha Hidden Village, Hinata's Private Laboratory. Android Project, 137th Test, Configuration version 3. 52. Test begins. Hinata's new projection stood in the middle of the laboratory, looking at the cradle of life in front of her with an expressionless face. It has been almost half a year since she officially started the Android project. In the past 6 months, she didn't waste a single day and devoted all her energy to the Android project. Relying on the illusion calculation matrix data and the cradle of regeneration project data obtained by ROG, Hinata designed the most important key instrument in the Android project, the Cradle of Life. Unlike the traditional cloning project, what she's doing now is simulating the birth process of life through technology. To some extent, she's trying to become her own creator. According to the laws and ethics of Earth, Hinata's Android project is definitely a taboo, evil experiment. However, whether it was Hinata herself or Roger, the supporter behind her, they didn't take this to heart. What's more, Hinata didn't carry out the experiment on Earth, but built the laboratory on Tatooine. The sword of the previous dynasty can't kill the officials of this dynasty. The laws and ethics of Earth can't bind other planets. As time passed slowly, the progress bar on the display screen in front of the Cradle of Life continued to advance towards 100%. Looking at the progress bar, which has reached 83%, Hinata's face still didn't change. In previous experiments, she has pushed the progress of the experiment to more than 90% more than once. The best time was when she pushed the progress to 96%. But she didn't know if it was fate or the problem of the equation. The experiment failed in the end. After experiencing failure again and again, Hinata's state of mind became more and more stable and no longer changed because of the failure of the experiment or another breakthrough in progress. Under Hinata's patient waiting, the progress bar on the display screen of the Cradle of Life finally broke through to the keen 95%. At this time, the Cradle of Life, which was running smoothly, slowly stopped, as if it suddenly entered a standby state. At the same time, Hinata's holographic projection began to gradually disappear, and the warning light on the Cradle of Life changed from a gentle blue to a dazzling red. Laboratory closed. Energy Mobilization Authority raised to the highest level. Main System Control Authority transferred to number 3. Database Backup. Computation Matrix Backup. Konoha Hidden Village's security system has entered Level 1 alert. The second phase of the Android project, Artificial Intelligence Implantation Phase, has been activated. When Hinata's holographic projection disappeared, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded in the laboratory. The door of the laboratory began to close, and then no. 3 foot under the Konoha Hidden Village was activated, and various data and permissions were transferred one by one. Although ROG didn't get the plan for artificial intelligence implantation into organic organisms from Dr. Banner, he got Reed's version of the implantation plan from Mr. Fantastic. Based on the implantation plan given by Reed, Hinata used her own computing matrix to modify it and finally determined the implantation plan that was suitable for her. When the Cradle of Life's progress reached 95%, Hinata would transfer her calculation matrix to the Cradle of Life, allowing the Cradle of Life to implant the final consciousness and memory into the brain of the body. As the red warning light on the Cradle of Life kept flashing, Hinata let her main body enter the Cradle of Life and began the final step that would determine the success or failure of the experiment. Earth, Konoha Headquarters, ROG's private massage room. You can use a little more strength. ROG, lying on the massage bed with his eyes closed, said to his life assistant Sharon Carter. Sharon was originally his second assistant, but after he had Hinata, Sharon's position changed from his personal assistant to his life assistant. Letting an agile and experienced former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent be a life assistant. This kind of thing can only be done by ROG. Although Sharon is Kuroto's personal assistant, he doesn't have much contact with her because he usually isn't in Konoha HQ. He's either practicing or playing console games in the Kree Empire. If it weren't for the end of the 4-month residence training and just remembering that he still has a life assistant, he wouldn't be lying here with only a bath towel wrapped around him. Yes, sir. After hearing ROG's instructions, Sharon silently increased the strength of her hands and kept wandering on Rog's muscular back. It has to be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a good eye for choosing people. When she was an agent, Sharon was an elite agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. When she was an assistant, she was not a good personal assistant. When she became a life assistant, her massage skills were no worse than those of the professionals outside. Under Sharon's massage, Rog, with his eyes closed, began to feel sleepy. However, just when his consciousness was in a half-awake and half-confused state, he suddenly found that the hand on his back had become a little wrong. Although Sharon is not on a field mission now, she used to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had undergone professional shooting training. On her hands, there are some calluses left for shooting practice. But now, the pair of hands that were swimming on his back gave him an unusually delicate feeling, as if they were just born babies. This is definitely not Sharon. After confirming this, Rog, who was still a little sleepy, woke up in an instant. This is his private massage room, and no one can enter here except him. At this time, his privilege was broken. If it were any other matter, he might just turn a blind eye to it and forget about it. But when it comes to his own personal affairs, he is not so easy to talk to. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Rog's tone was a little cold, and at the same time, he sensed the life energy signal of the uninvited guest behind him. What is this? Ever since he mastered the chakra sensing technique, he has sensed at least 800 lives, if not 1,000, he has sensed at least 800. However, he had never sensed such an incomparably familiar life energy signal from anyone. Chakra. This is the unique energy signal of chakra. After discovering this, he did not wait for the person behind him to reply and directly mobilize chakra. He jumped up in an instant and looked at the uninvited guest with chakra. However, when he saw the uninvited guest who suddenly replaced Sharon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Waist-length black hair, with some light purple eyes, a gentle appearance with a very oriental style, a sleeveless lavender top with a black belt, black sports shorts, and black boots. This uninvited guest who replaced Sharon is none other than Hinata. To be precise, it's Hinata from the movie Thelast, the 19-year-old Hinata. Hokage-sama, Hinata is back. Hinata showed a pure and charming smile and said softly to Rog, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, "Sharon, go out. No one can come in without my permission." Although Rog's eyes had been fixed on Hinata, he quickly said to Sharon, who was standing at the door of the massage room, "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.